Morgan. Half a day. And heck yeah. Right as I opened the stream, freaking sound alerts broke. Like, I was about to hit it, and then I saw the little red bar of, like, something's broken. And I was like, oh. And as soon as I fixed that, my camera froze. Anyway, time for more Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I'm a little toasty. Alright, I chatted you up, right? You got nothing for me?
Yes, Doctor.
Cool.
I will take my leave, Humphreys. Goodbye, Doctor.
You know what? The harness guy. The shoemaker, technically. I should go find him and be like, hey, did you ever finish making those 12 things I asked of you? What's up, man?
Good evening, Mr. Solomonovich.
Good evening, Doctor. What a pleasure to see you again.
I like his name, Solomonovich.
Have you finished converting the harnesses?
Yes, just now. I got a little behind because of all the commotion.
Yes!
Commotion?
Don't you start. 3 days ago, the very afternoon that you passed by, there was a chase throughout the neighborhood. Hundreds of people were chasing one man, claiming he was responsible for the murders these last few days. Schmonz! It was awful. I hope those maniacs didn't catch him. Better the police should.
Oh, that's probably Pfizer.
Tell me, did John Pizer turn himself in to the police?
Things unfolded as they should. Look in the newspaper, the Daily News from today.
Yes? No?
Farewell, Isaac.
Goodbye, Doctor.
I feel like my mic is hella loud. I see it practically peaking. I'm just gonna turn it down and turn that up. Okay, well, we got the harnesses, so we can head to the clinic to get the cane, and then we can go to the brothel. It's a lot of one step at a time. All right. Oh, didn't I have? Yeah, I have a pill too. What's this?
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons.
Dr. Watson.
I have so many questions. Pills?
Could you tell me what type of pill this is?
Yes, we have those here. It's not really a medication. We give them to patients with chronic respiratory conditions like tuberculosis.
Did you keep the cane we spoke of last time?
I was going to sell it tomorrow, would you believe, having not heard word.
Hey, I have the stuff.
Do you have any formalin here?
No, definitely not. They have it in university hospitals to conserve anatomical specimens in jars. But in a little clinic like mine, we don't keep anything but bad memories.
Did you have a patient by the name of Annie Chapman, the woman killed 3 days ago?
Indeed. She came in the morning of her death. Poor woman.
Did you give her these pills?
Yes, now that I think of it. She actually came in twice. The first time I gave her an almost empty container without making her pay. She came back during the day and said she dropped the container and stepped on the pills. She wanted to know if I could give her more again without paying. I refused. After she left, a patient who was there told me that he lives at the same place and confided that she had been lying. He saw the pills fall in the tenement's communal kitchen, but the woman immediately wrapped them up in a piece of paper.
Where did this paper come from?
According to this man, she'd found it near the chimney in the kitchen.
Anyone could have thrown that paper there. That envelope can't have anything to do with the murder.
Pardon, Doctor?
Nothing. I was just talking to myself.
Hi, Diggins! More Sherlock. Well, yeah, we got a whole series to finish out. We got this, and I think it's the Hound of Baskerville, and then it's, oh god, what did you type? What did you type, Adobo?
Yay! Time for the game where we joke about cakes and adobo? Ugh, I should have known you would be here, and no, I'm not gonna eat your cake. I don't care that it's ice cream cake, it's gonna melt. Shoe scram, get.
The tone in that text-to-speech, the tone in that was so like, dismissive. Hi, heck in both of you. That was So many innuendos. That's a lot. I'll say I was feeling pretty today, but that's kind of funny. Cass, you have been fed. Be gone,
Well,
woman.
farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
Be
I
gone,
must
woman.
retrieve Sickett's cane at all costs.
Is it not still in here? Oh, I think I have to physically hand these over. Here.
Yes, Doctor?
Here's the harness.
Here are your harnesses, Doctor.
They are top quality, I'd say. Definitely worth the price of this walking stick. Here, it's yours.
Thank you. Also, your mic be clipping a tad? Yeah. Yeah. I kind of went into my settings and hardcore messed with it, so whatever I turned off may be affecting everything. But I'm trying to make sure I stay in front of the mic, but for some reason, yeah, it's practically peaking, and I don't know why. Because I've turned it down here, but I might have to go into OBS and bring it even more down. How bad of a clip is it?
Well, farewell, Doctor.
Goodbye, Dr. Watson.
I must go to Miss Bella's.
All right, to the brothel house. I have the cane.
Good evening, ma'am. Your door was open. Isn't that a little dangerous?
Hello, Doctor. Don't worry, if the looks of anyone who enters doesn't please me, me and my pistol know how to convince them to leave.
I found the cane that was stolen from your client. Here it is.
Doctor, you are a real saint, I can see that. I'll finally be able to present my bill to this damned painter. If by chance you see him, tell him that a little surprise awaits him here.
Well, Adela. Apparently we're in your second home. Now, when you say not terrible... Hey, now!
You told me you would give me some information on this Dr. Tumblety.
Agreed. He's a Canadian or an American. He parades from time to time through the neighbourhood in a 50-guinea suit and acts like a doctor. But for business, he isn't worth it. This damn Yankee hates women. The few times that he was approached by the girls, he spit on them, all the while hurling insults. It would seem that he was hunting for the bad boys. He's looking for trouble, that animal.
Does he frequent any pub in particular?
Aye, the Wasp's Nest on Burner Street, I think. A seedy spot even by our standards.
Do you happen to know Annie Chapman, the poor woman who was killed 3 days ago?
Dark Annie? Like all the drifters in the area, I've seen her once or twice. With respect to the dead, Annie really was the bottom of the barrel.
What do you mean?
Well, in our profession, the pretty young ones go out when night has barely fallen and don't have a problem finding takers. But poor girls like Annie or Polly Nichols, who aren't as tender and are often sick, sometimes trudge around for a whole night in the cold and the rain before landing a client. And that doesn't help their appearances either. They don't have much choice about paying for a bed for a few hours, a glass of gin or a hot meal.
How terribly sad.
That's the price of survival in Whitechapel, my angel. One of my girls knew Annie for some time. They bought some jewellery on the black market, I think.
Jewellery? How could Annie Chapman have possibly afforded jewellery?
Luxuries for a woman are always relative to her condition, Doctor. As a matter of fact, it was real cheap junk. Annie got 3 assorted brass rings, I think. It's been said I have a memory for jewellery.
Yeah, it's definitely the mic sensitivity. Oh my god, yeah. Once we're done talking, I'm gonna save and fiddle around with that. Remind me again, how do I adjust it? Besides just bringing stuff down?
How is Lucy keeping?
She's doing well, Doctor, but believe me, it won't last. Rare are the girls who can build a future in our profession.
Very well. I shall let you get back to work, Ma.
See you soon, my love.
A window setting, you say? Well, I'm gonna, put you on this. So that way if anyone pops in, they're not like, where's Sherlock? But we're gonna be messing with this. Huh. Be right back seems fine. Maybe it's the live scene itself? Yeah, voice mod, yeah. Here, I'll put on some tunes too, so you're not just totally like, what's going on? Alright, I put a limiter on, so we'll see if that's a bit better, and I brought it down as well to -6, so it shouldn't be entering the yellow anymore. I don't see anything. But I'm wondering if my headphones were just so loud it was catching that audio, so I guess we'll find out. Oop, hold on. Gotta exit studio mode. Everything seems okay, but I guess we'll find out as we keep playing. Nah, it's still in the yellow. And I'm talking quiet. Me. Well, how is it now? Is it better? Is it worse?
Best not to stray off in that direction.
Yeah, it's picking up my game audio. It's picking up the audio from the headphones. Alright, hold on. Maybe if I just move it away, it won't clip as much. Nah, it's still clipping. It's always something. It's always something. It's fine. I can't be at full strength, otherwise I'm too powerful. It's okay. Give me the challenges. Because, like, what? Audio is definitely fine. Or, you know, game audio, at least. Me, I'm just hella loud in comparison to desktop. Even though desktop was at 0, and microphone's at -6. Where is this pub? How do I enter your fine establishment?
The Wasp's Nest. This pub looks even more disreputable than the Golden Lion in Baker Street.
That's fair, Diggins. I appreciate you. Oh, just absolutely sucking face. Got it.
Good evening, sir.
It'll be the coup of my career, Governor said. Ha! You'll make loads of doss of the paper, he said.
What else can I do to adjust the sensitivity? Because I know it's what? Filter limiter, but I feel like there's something else.
You're a journalist?
That's so. Tom Bulling at your service. The Whitechapel ferret, the wizard with the scoop.
You don't appear to be in a state to write anything, my friend.
You're mistaken. Whiskey passes through the blood and turns into ink. Simple. You see, mugs and inkwells are all the same.
Don't you think you should settle your tab and go home?
My red ink? Where's my red ink? I won't even pay half a halfpenny if they don't return my red ink. It's my blood, you hear?
Very well, I'll be on my way.
Okay, bye.
Good evening. Would you happen to have seen a Dr. Tumblety? A man of a certain age dressed in a flamboyant manner.
If you're looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
And that's to adjust the mic settings? But I never went in there. I only went into the OBS settings. That's what you get for freaking around with the settings, Nina.
Greetings, my good man. Could I have a pint?
I trust your word on it, though.
Here, Gov.
I've been told that Dr. Tumblety might be found around here. Is that so?
I don't do a roll call of all the drunkards here. I've got my hands full just making sure I get their money.
Don't people pay when they order?
Nah, look at that little scribbler there. Completely dead drunk. Tonight's tally is about as long as his arm. If he skips out, I'll be in for a guinea almost.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it. Hey, you can't go in there. It's private. Got it?
I don't know. Maybe I'm looking for the bathroom. Alright, let's chat them up.
Good evening, sir.
Well, I know you. Why, we met at Miss Poolman's the other day. So you've come to slum it in Whitechapel, eh?
Do you know Dr. Tumblety? A Canadian or American chap. Quite an extravagant dresser. Frequents this pub now and then.
Are you intimate?
No. What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I just wanted to prove my discretion concerning this man, in so much and so far as I know him. You wouldn't like it if one day the tables were turned and everyone was talking about why you were in the borough. Isn't that so?
Ally? It would control the mic input. Wouldn't I just go into filters for that?
As it happens, I saw Miss Poolman recently. She told me that she couldn't wait to see you again. She said something about a surprise that is waiting for you at her establishment.
Why, that is some of the best news I've heard, my friend. As thanks, I would like to let you in on a secret. The man that you were talking about, and whom I happen to know by sight, passed by and went through that little door that you see over there. Another man let him in. They weren't together for more than a few minutes, to be sure, eh?
Kudos to this lady who's just like,
As it happens, I saw
No!
Miss Poolman recently.
Why, that...
trying to say goodbye.
Well, I will continue my search.
love.
But what is this person trying to imply? This matter is beyond me.
Watson, he thinks you're trying to find your partner. Because, you know, apparently Mr. Tumblety absolutely detests women. Now, that doesn't say that if you hate women, you could just be somebody who hates women. But the people are construing that, he hates women and he hangs out with bad boys all the time. Then here you are on a quest for him, Watson. Ah, love, please ban me. Alright, 1 second. I'm gonna see if I can just quickly add a filter. Don't mind me. Because I have a limiter on. So I think, what is it? It's either compressor or noise gate. I think it's noise gate is what I'm looking for. Sure? Well, okay. I just did basic default noise gate, so we'll see if that works. It seems to be holding, but I won't know until game audio. There we go. Alright, I chatted them up. He's gone. I can't go in here.
Hey, you can't go in there. It's private. Got it?
Oh.
This is the sink where the barmaid puts the glasses to soak. Look, red ink. What's that doing here? The bottle is closed. There must still be some ink inside, and it looks like a glass. The barmaid must have put ink into the sink by mistake.
Right. Do I get in your way? Me?
If you'll
What?
excuse me, sir.
Better, right? I'm guessing better. I'm gonna give you your ink.
You're the best. The boss told me. My red ink. Where's she be?
She be here. Yes, awesome. Okay, cool. So I'm guessing when I turned off the freaking acceleration thing, my mic was just like, oh.
I found your red ink, my friend. You should settle up and head home.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. The spring-heeled phantom will be revived.
Shirts so much. It's very good for my brain.
Gov?
All right, back to cake talk. You know what's really sad is that as I'm uploading the Sherlock games and seeing what's DMC'd 8, I'm like, man, was it not only out of context before, because I hide chat, because, you know, everyone deserves privacy and their thoughts, and, you know, somebody might say something where it's like, oh no! And then you have to try to remember where that spot is and edit it out, so I'm just like, just hide the chat. Make it special, where it's like, if you want to see the crazy shit people are talking about, you gotta come to the stream. So, you know, it's like a privacy for everybody. So it's like, what if somebody said something in anger, and then 5 years later, it's like, well, on this Twitch stream, you said, and it's like, receipts. So with there being copyright songs and me trimming them out of YouTube, the cake talk is gonna be so confusing, because people are gonna be like, wait, is it cake or is it, you know, like, what's happening here? So, so I'm just like, oh boy, out of context before, gonna be way out of context now.
What's behind that locked door over there? Can I go in?
Not likely. And let me be unless you're wanting a drink. Got it?
I want to drink apple corn. I think Vegas has apple corn. They better. It's Vegas. I imagine they have German liqueur. I could make Mountain Bear for everybody. Ooh. Yeah, exactly.
Here you go. It's on the journalist, my friend.
I owe you one. The next one is on me. What'll it be?
Nothing, thanks. But I may need your help.
Sir.
Listen, my friend. I would like you to let me in the door over there.
You're a bobby. A peeler?
Absolutely not, my friend. I am a doctor.
Fine. I owe you this at least. There's a bloke behind that door there. No pity Bluto. Let's just say he wants to lay low for a moment. So I don't think he'll be opening the door just now. Unless... Tell him you have word from Squibby. That'll open the door. But who can say what'll happen when the door closes?
It's a drink. It's a drink that I could make for everybody at Vegas. All I need is Betty-Jaeger and Mountain Dew. And I can make a delicious alcoholic beverage that doesn't taste like alcohol. Unless you want it to. It just depends how much parts you put in. I like to do half-half, or like, you know, just Mountain Dew and a splash of Betty-Jaeger. And then other days I'm like, I want to feel buzzed immediately. So I just drink it straight. Betty-Jaeger. It's Vegas. I'm sure they have it. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
Goodbye, my friend.
Oi, that's it.
Oh, he really does not like to be called friend.
Let me in. I have news from Squibby. But stay calm.
And who are you? Where's Squibby? He's out.
To be honest, I don't actually know this Squibby chap. I was actually wondering if you knew Dr. Tumblety, a Canadian or American fellow. He came in...
Sure we know him.
Excellent. Can you...
You know about gas?
I'm afraid not. I am a doctor.
Then I ain't interested. You can be leaving now. But if I find out who snitched to the peelers, I'll find you. Got it?
But I can pay you for...
Keep your coins for the paupers, or one of the gas boys who ain't afraid of nothing and knows how to hold his tongue. You bring him to me. I'll meet with you.
Where do I find a gas boy? Also, is that like a... Is that a saying for something else, or did they mean like an actual small child who handles gas? What's happening? Hi, Tony. Did you enjoy the new alert that I made? It's a kitty cat. It's a kitty cat. I made sure to do it for all the sound alerts. Obviously, random will always be the same one because it's random. But if you actually pick the individual ones instead of random, it's different. Forbidden! I see you with the poker catch. Sneaky sneak. How was your relaxing time? Also, I did not laugh at the come in sentence. Hi. Alright, gas boy. Where do I find a gas boy? Blondie, don't touch me. No, you touched me. Hi, I love you. Heckian. Roadblock runner Mac? Oh. Alright. Let's see. Oh, now I'm supposed to go to the police. Ah! Does it work?
Degen et UP X33.
I fixed it! Finally! The opals are back. I just came from the 69 degrees outside. It's perfect for the cake conversation. Well, that sounds like lovely weather. And thank you, Diggins, for the opals and testing that it works. Could have just done the one. I may or may not have had Adobo run a police roadblock in his truck game. You can do that? Can I be a criminal? Can I be a criminal truck driver? I might. Wait, is there a co-op? Can I join you? Can I be a rival truck? But the humidity was 74. Never mind then. Gross. Nice 69, but 74 humidity? It's too wet. Alright, we did that. Oh, I gotta go to the boarding house. Silly me. Oh yeah, I blew past the cops on the... Tell me, is this a co-op game? Not like co-op as like we work together, but like, could you see other player drivers? Cause I will find you. I will Mad Max you.
There is a strong smell of gas. It seems to be coming from the abandoned building.
That's concerning. I think there's multiplayer. When are you streaming next? Or when are you free? American GTA Truck Simulator! Hey, not your fault they blocked the direct most route to Reno. You know what, that sounds like their problem. Yeah, I don't know why they blocking.
Good evening, Finlay. How are you?
Oh, good evening, Doctor. So. And you?
It smells of gas here.
You might say, Doctor, without wanting to speak ill of the force, I have to wonder if the police are up to something.
What do you mean?
Well, I was outside yesterday evening when the light went out at my place, and a gas smell came from the abandoned building across from my place. And a minute later, the police arrived and was snooping all around like it was them who hit the gas before arriving.
Send me your information of when you're free, because, like, I don't know how to play the game, and I would hate to be a menace on your stream, so I would assume off-stream is probably best. Because I imagine I'll just try to put on, like, a weird, like, trucker attitude and just be like, breaker, this is Gutter Goblin, trying to deliver this package, where the fuck am I going? Like, it's not gonna work.
Have things sorted themselves out with your strange tenant?
Don't talk about it, Doctor. That man is truly bizarre. He goes to the most sordid locations once night falls. 3 days ago, my wife told me she saw him come in with blood-stained clothes and a fearsome look.
Go on.
Interesting. What does he look like, and how old is he?
Oh, he's my age, give or take. So, the other side of 50. He's always dressed in a striking manner with an American hat. He's big, close to 5'11", I'd say. He has a strange voice, not just his accent, see, his voice.
Actually, that would be pretty cool. Just Adobo leading a stream of other streamers and being like, all right, I need you to deliver here, you deliver there, you deliver there, and just like telling everyone where to drive without us crashing. It's like the tower for the airplanes. You know, you gotta talk to them all so they don't. And then it's like, ah! And it's people falling from the sky, burning alive. Damn it. Keep it together, Nina.
Very well. Goodbye for now, Finley.
Goodbye, Doctor.
How do I get
Now
in this?
then, let's go to the police station.
Oh, just to the. I'm not gonna investigate the abandoned building. Okay, no, we're not gonna check out the abandoned building. Police, what did you do? I would love that. Nina would crash into Adobo on purpose. Maybe one time, if I could find him, and then I would be good, because I'm a good little boy, and I would be like beep beep. Now, if he got in my way, I mean, bumper cars, here we come. 6 seconds in, Nina backs into the warehouse. You know what? I might have tried the simulator game when everybody first mentioned it, because I was like, oh, I do have it, let me try it. And I might have just done that. Okay? I was in the tutorial, and they're like, all right, now back the truck up into the warehouse to pick up the delivery. And I was like, I got this. I didn't get it. I kept trying to back up, and I got stuck, and then I hit another truck, and then that truck went into where I was supposed to go, which was like a down single ramp, and I didn't finish the tutorial. That's why I've been delaying it, because I can't finish the tutorial.
Yes, Doctor.
It's fine. It's fine. You have Adobo. Adobo is an amazing truck driver. He's calm. He does the speed limit, goes through police blockades. He's a trustworthy truck driver. That's who I want on my team.
Tumblety is a man around 5'11", about 55 years old, extravagantly dressed and with a rather distinctive voice. He boards at Finley's. You should know where that is, as the police were there only yesterday. Their arrival coincided with a strange gas leak.
Ah, yes, I know where you mean. Indeed, there was an odd affair with the gas. It was rather unsettling. We were searching for a well-known scoundrel who was ratted out by Squibby, the chap we followed and saved from the pack a few days ago. This thug, no pity P.2, must have been in the abandoned building in question. But there was no sign of him when we arrived. Furthermore, an inspector said that, given the smell, the thingamabob that supplies gas to the building was probably damaged. So we took no risks and were called away somewhere else.
In the new flight sim, you can fly to Antarctica. That is amazing. And I bet flat earthers are mad about it. Or maybe they're like, wow, Nina rage quit truck game. I will have you know it was not so much a rage quit, but more of a shame quit. It was just me being like, yep, I'm too dumb for this. We'll try again another time. Like, also, hi, Larryton. I have trouble with gas too. I can sympathize. Shame quit. It was a shame quit, okay? We don't rage quit. Cue all the games that I've rage quit on stream. Maybe like one or two. Especially that spooky one with the rats. So unfair.
I will take my leave, Humphreys.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Well, it would seem that I have all the information I need for my investigation. Anyway, this fellow P.2 at the Wasp's Nest is rather shady and doesn't look like he'll want to cooperate. I'd be better off returning to Baker Street. Holmes will certainly know what to do. And besides, I am worn out.
Sounds like Nina wants to play GTA, steal cars and run people over. I played a lot of Watch Dogs, which is similar. And then Crackdown, oh my god. That game is so much fun. You're just running and gunning and driving and just wah! And you're a big buff man. Fighting crime. God, Crackdown was really good. What's another, like, kind of steal car shoot thing, but you're a good guy. I feel like there's something else, because I know it was Watch Dogs. The Division? Division doesn't have cars. But something of that effect. In GTA 5, you can have closed lobbies where it's just us. Don't tell me that. Imagine playing scary games, but truck games push you over the edge. Right? Like, that's it. I'm just like, ah! Ah! Like, just absolutely lose it. Saints Row! But I'm not really sure you're a good guy there either. Hey, I kicked so much butt with that, I don't know if I can say that word. But, you know, the sword that we all know is, a giant, chicken. Hope that translates. You know, the cake. There you go. The giant cake sword. I kicked so much butt with that. I don't know what you're talking about. I was an absolute monster. I was like, try to commit crimes of my block? I don't think so.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home sweet home.
Yes, Larrington. Yes.
There we are,
giant
Holmes. I've
toy.
told you in great detail everything that happened last night.
Excellent work, Watson. We shall now be prepared to answer a few questions about the horrible murder in Hanbury Street.
Do you think we are now in a position to find out the identity of the murderer of these two women?
No, I don't think so. It's outside of our scope and not our responsibility. As much as you've done for Leather Apron and the affair with the pills, our mission is to help the police by ensuring that they don't get caught up following false leads and to point them in the right direction. Let us start from what we know with some certitude. As you have just said, it is almost certain that the same person killed the Bucks Row and Hanbury Street victims. The reason to assume as much are numerous, and I shan't elaborate here. What do these two victims have in common?
Ladies of the night, bruising, the stabbage of the neck, the gut thing was a bit more excessive on the second one, but that could just show he's getting confident. Oh, that's bad, Nina. Don't know that. I watch a lot of true crime. Yes. True crime.
Apparently nothing, Holmes.
Are you feeling all right, Watson? Come on, are you quite sure these two women had nothing in common?
Oh, that's like the best part, Larrington, because it's like somebody had to model that. Somebody had to texture that. Somebody had to rig that. Somebody had to put the little, you know, collision icon in there where it's like, yo, if something hits this, it's gonna react. It just... the joys of making video games. Reminds me of the cake in the new Outlast game. What? What do you mean? In the new Outlast game? No. Why? What? Wonder if someone owned that or if they just brought it just to scan it. I mean... Really? You don't need the actual sword, you just need the purple part, and then you just scale it up and attach a sword handle to it and be like, ta-da!
Perhaps they both knew someone in common.
Quite literally, you're right, the killer, but that doesn't tell us much. Had these two women had an acquaintance in common, the police investigation would most certainly have found out about it, and yet it didn't.
You have a lot of confidence in the police, Holmes.
It's true these two women were in the same profession, but...
Indeed, Watson, these two women were both prostitutes. That is of vital importance, Watson.
My memory from your examination of the scene is rather hazy. Didn't you say something about the killer's frame of mind?
I was talking about the victim's possessions that were placed on the ground and the rings missing from Annie Chapman's fingers. This killer is a cunning predator, comes from a rather humble background, and shows steely self-control in carrying out the murders.
Something is puzzling me, Holmes. Richardson's testimony contradicts the time of death given by Dr. Phillips, which also matches my own, 4:30 a.m.
And yes, we shall confirm that, Watson, and attempt to determine the precise time of death. In order to do that, we will need to place everyone involved on a timeline. Only after that will we be able to place the knife symbolizing our killer. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Like... How much detail? What? Do I even want to play the new Outlast game, or will I be... Ooh, stop! Stop the train of thought right there. Joke that was going to be said. Just say it. You might as well. It's funny. Joke that was going to be said was like, do I even want to play the new Outlast game? Will I be screaming, or will I be screaming for a different reason? And that was to imply embarrassment of like, oh no, naked monster. But can also be like, he implied of like, not the tape measure. Outlast bunker. Don't know if you'll outlast it. Damn. Damn. That's terrifying. Is it kind of like with the Red Dead Redemption horse where everybody was like, why did you put so much detail there? And everybody was like, you wanted realistic. Here's realistic. And they're like, that's too much. Might be, I mean, there are the scary ones that are both, where you're like, no! I was mentally prepared before, but now I'm definitely not. Alright, estimated time of death according to Dr. Watson and Phillips, 4:30. Yeah! Determination of the exact time of Annie Chapman's murder. Sherlock and Watson arrive at the crime scene. Do I click it? Okay, clicking it gives me this. Do I need to
Let's
drag?
put the time of death as assessed by Dr. Phillips on the timeline.
Okay. 4:30.
The assessment of the time of the murder given by Dr. Phillips and yourself, Watson, 4:30 a.m.
Realistic game characters like Aloy in the New Horizon. Also, Amnesia Bunker is on Xbox PC Pass, so once we're done with Sherlock, I'm thinking we go into a bunker? Because then by then I imagine like a lot of the bugs have been pushed out. Another reason why we wait on horror games, to just let the bugs go. Let it get out of early access. Let everyone else deal with the problems. Because, you know, I break stuff. Sherlock and Watson arrive at the crime scene. When did we show up? It's like 6:30 in the morning? Did we show up? I remember it was early in the morning.
We left the station at 6 o'clock and it took us 20 minutes to arrive at Hanbury Street.
Oh my god, thank you for telling me.
Our arrival at the scene occurred at around 6:20. Given the distance separating the two locations, we can deduce that the corpse wasn't discovered after 6 o'clock, and therefore that the murder must have been committed before.
Oh, it's Amnesia, not Outlast for the bunker. Yeah, don't worry, it's, what is it? Outlast Trials? Amnesia Bunker. Either way, both scary. But that has one. Okay. So, when was her murder? There's no other little icons to grab. I'm confused. What does he want me to do? Do I go to my deduction board? No. Oop. Oh, I can switch between them. That's not morbid. Is it conclusions? And Chapman's rings were worthless. Oh, okay. Watson, give me a hint.
What are we doing, Holmes?
You know what? I ask myself that a lot too. And that's usually just everyday life. Usually say something stupid, and then I'm just like, what are you doing, Nina? And I'm like, you crack me up. Can't take you anywhere. Let's go, kid. What are we doing? Select the proofs for analysis of the crime. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The documents, select the testimony of E. Long. So do I have to, like, click this and then click something else? Ah, there it is. Use this document as proof. Okay. Sees a woman speaking to a man near 29th Street. Okay, what time? He was passing down at 5:30. Okay, so I'm gonna say
Now,
5:30.
for the most important part, the testimony of Miss Long. She claims to have seen a woman speaking to a man near 29 Hanbury Street sometime around... What time, Watson?
5:30.
Let us assume, therefore, that Miss Long's testimony is, as is most certainly the case, true. She places her meeting with the victim at around 5:30, claiming to have heard a clock chime on the half hour at the moment when she enters the street.
Any chance daylight savings is like a thing and she got it wrong? Just a thought. Okay, so this is another document, so... Where's my other... testimony? Alright, Mr. Kaddish is in the green garden for a few minutes, then goes back in. He hears voices. Mr. Kaddish hears a fall against his garden in a few minutes after going back up. Mr. Kaddish leaves his place to go to work. Let me read this thing. Got up at 5:15. Okay. No, I'm trying to click them.
Our next witness is Albert Kadosh.
Do you leave your place? Okay, hold on.
Let's place this symbol that represents Kadosh on the timeline.
No? I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. I thought he left his house at 5:15. Okay. This again. Witness got up at 5 and went into the yard where the latrine was. It was 5:20 then. Okay.
Albert Kadosh goes down into his garden at approximately 5:20, and on re-entering his home, hears voices in number 29's garden.
Okay. Going back into the house, heard voices. The only word that he heard was no. He went into the building again, but returned to the yard approximately 4 minutes later. Let's see, when he passed in front of the church, it was 5:32. You are 32?
Kadosh leaves the garden, enters his house, then leaves for work, seeing the clock on the Spitalfields church showing 5:32.
So 4 minutes.
Let's place this symbol that represents...
Yes. Oh, come here. Come here.
Kadosh goes back down into his garden approximately 4 minutes after having left it, and hears the sound of an impact against the wooden fence.
I mean, time zones were invented recently in 1888. Isn't that the year? Isn't the year 1888? I was going to ask, like, time zones, daylight savings, but I was like, I don't know, that might be more of an American thing, but, you know. All right. Talk to a lot of people. You like the police? No. That's not right. What am I doing? Richardson's testimony. That's right, the guy who came in there and was chit-chatting up. This is what I want. Okay. Richardson arrives at his mother's at 29, leaves his mother. Oh, what time did he arrive? I'm a bit befuddled. This is the house. Uh-huh. 4:45 when I got there. Okay.
Now, let's put the Richardsons...
Okay, 4:45. How did he not see us? How did he not see us? Okay, so he got there at 4:45. Let's see. I was sure I'd look around to see. Got the leather. Below the steps. I'd have missed that even if it was nighttime. 5 minutes after getting, I had to clip off. Yeah, if we got there at, like... Well, no, we got there at 6:20. What do I say? We got there at 6:20. She died at 4:30. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't know how you
Now,
missed
let's
that
put
body
the
either.
Richardson's arrival and departure times on the timeline.
Does that mean somebody saw you, thinking you were the killer?
Despite the great respect I have for Dr. Phillips and the value I place on our friendship, my deepest conviction is that both of you are mistaken and that Richardson is in the right and that these two testimonies put down in writing have real worth.
But how? Explain yourself, Holmes.
Remember how you assessed the time of death? You touched the fingers and body of the victim, but it was remarkably cold for this time of year. In addition, the corpse had been drained of bodily fluids. Its heat retention was therefore no longer the same as that of an intact corpse.
Egad! You're right, Holmes.
Oh, I've had some time to research, Watson.
Given these facts, my first diagnosis may have been off by half an hour, perhaps even an hour.
Thus, we can confirm Richardson's statement and establish that the murder was committed after 4:50 a.m. and not before 4:30 a.m. Excellent, Watson. All our people are now in place.
Yes, but Holmes, Miss Long claims to have seen the victim at around 5:30. But according to Kadosh, someone, most certainly the victim and her murderer, was already in the garden at 5:30.
Excellent observation, Watson. It must be noted, however, that these two witnesses, Long and Kadosh, saw the time shown on the clocks in the area, which are often inaccurate and went by their empirical and, in this case, erroneous estimate of how much time had passed. Thus, neither of these two times can be considered reliable.
Do you mean to say that these two testimonies might match?
Indeed. Let's put Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30.
Okay. Wait, so how was time differences done before 1888? Sanford Fleming proposed worldwide standard time in 1876. Now, is that like what we have now, or was he saying everywhere it's 5 p.m.? Because if that's the case, that would not really work, but I'm curious what that universe would be like, that reality where everyone has the same exact time. They're like, we don't go by the sun and the moon, we just go by existence. Each railroad and city had its own time, which got dangerous and confusing. Oh god, I can't even imagine. Oh my god, can you imagine trying to catch a train on time back in the day? You're like, alright, cool, I'm leaving the station at 4, it's gonna take me 30 minutes to get there, I'm gonna be in this city, and then I just have to wait an hour for my train. You get there and you see your train leaving, you're like, what the fudge? You like look at the clock and you're like, ah, they're ahead by an hour! No! Horrendous. Alright, who am I moving? Miss Long.
Let's add Miss Long's meeting with the victim at 2 minutes before 5:30 a.m. Mr. Kadosh claims to have passed by the Spitalfields Church at 5:32, which, given the distance from 27 Hanbury Street, would mean he was still at home at 5:31. Let's therefore put the end of his testimony at 5:31. Miss Long heard the man say to the victim, "Will you?" To which the victim responded, "Yes," which would suggest that an agreement was reached and that the transaction was imminent. They then proceeded to enter the garden, which puts the voices heard by Kadosh at 5:29. We had thought that Kadosh had left 27 Hanbury Street at 5:31 after having heard an impact against the fence. Thus, 2 minutes passed between the moment when Kadosh entered the house after having been in the garden the first time and the moment when he returns to go out again and leave for work. How long did he estimate this interval to be? 3 to 4 minutes. In light of all this, Watson, we can finally establish the time of Chapman's murder. Now, place the knife at the exact time.
I don't know, I got distracted by time zones. No, he proposed 24 time zones, which is like today. Oh yeah, for example, before standard time zones, Austin would be 12 p.m., but in Houston it'd be like 12:13 p.m. Why? 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 Oh, someone could play the why sound. Why? 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 Because people. I mean, you're not wrong, Tony. When is the murder? I was not paying attention. Is it 5:30?
Now then, taking into account that the local clock isn't exact and that a young man was off by a minute or two in his estimations of his comings and goings, we can confirm Miss Long's testimony and place the time of the crime at approximately 5:30.
But in that case, Holmes, the man that Miss Long saw is none other than...
That's right, Watson. It was the Whitechapel killer.
To think that Miss Long and Kadosh were only a few feet away from him.
Indeed, Watson. Had Miss Long passed just a little closer to the victim and her assassin, or had the young Kadosh popped his head over the fence out of curiosity, the killer would most certainly already be behind bars.
That's some stroke of luck he had there.
I couldn't agree more, Watson. But his luck didn't end there, given the mutilations inflicted upon this poor woman. What must be considered above all is the killer's obvious wish to remove one and only one specific organ. His surgery pinpointed the exact spot, avoiding superfluous incisions. This suggests the man possesses at least a minimal anatomical knowledge.
Are you suggesting a doctor or a butcher?
Perhaps, but the possibilities are still too broad to conclude with any certainty. Now for the motive. Despite my almost complete lack of practical experience on the subject, I have a rather precise idea of the usefulness of a uterus and a vagina. Nonetheless, once they are separated from their usual envelope, I am more circumspect as to the uses one can make of them. What do you think, Watson? We need a board, Watson.
Sorry. Backtrack. What did you just ask me? What? Holmes. What? Did you just ask me what the uses are for? Generally, they only have one. Well, two, I guess. Purposes. When they're in the... Okay, what? I'm just gonna play the game. I'm just gonna play the game. I'm just gonna play the game. How? What could have been the possible motives of the crime? I feel like trophy. In the medical university environment, students easily have access to a number of specimens. Yeah.
Perhaps it was intended as a study specimen.
I have little faith in that theory. Hardly anything was taken from the Bucks Row victim.
Hold on, someone's messaging me. Okay. Any type of ritual, so black magic.
Black magic?
Watson, this line of investigation is far too vague. We don't have a single clue in support of such a motive. We can eliminate this hypothesis.
Diggins! Diggins! I mean... a snack. Dementia can push men to commit incredibly vile acts. I'm sorry, what? Dementia can push men to commit incredibly vile acts. At what point do you lose a memory of like, oh, I've lost my memory? This is time to eat somebody.
Holmes, what if it was cannibalism?
Even if the idea is unbearable, we can't ignore it as a possibility.
Oh, the 1800s were wild. For this motive, it would have been easy to quickly remove something from the Buckrow's victim. Trophy?
A desire for some sort of morbid trophy.
I'd be inclined to dismiss this motive. If this were the case, why would nothing have been removed from the Bucks Row victim?
True.
Money, quite simply.
Even if this motive seems incongruous, we're in no position to deny or affirm it until we know whether a market for human organs exists.
So, cannibalism and money?
Elementary. What emerges from these possible motives for having removed the uterus from the second victim is that they implied that the killer could have carried out the same thing on the Bucks Row victim, yet didn't. This brings us to a terrible conclusion. Our killer has evolved in the space of only a few days, and if that's the case, had he already struck before the first murder to which we attribute him? And if the killer strikes again, what atrocity awaits his next victim?
We have to stop him, Holmes.
We shall do our best. This recent business of jars filled with formalin and of the American doctor might be a lead. Watson, inquire among medical circles to ascertain if there is a black market for human organs. The chances are slim, but this must be pursued.
Oh.
Very well. What about you, Holmes?
I will send word to Inspector Abeline regarding our recent conclusions. I should also like to become a gas man and pay a visit to Bluto at the Wasp's Nest.
Understood, Holmes. I think one of my old university colleagues who works at the London hospital will be able to help me. I shall write him a note at once. He should be able to see me during the day. Afterwards, shall we meet here?
Yes, Watson. See you later, and good luck.
I must get to the London hospital, where my old university colleague works.
Can you imagine, like, just being a normal doctor, right, this day and age, and then your old college buddy, Dr. Watson, shows up, and it's like, oh, what do you want? What crazy question do you have for me now? It's like, look, I just work with him. It's just the job. But is there a black market for organs? And they're like, maybe? The killer was the inventor of the... I want to say no, but, you know, he took some parts, so who knows?
I must get to the London hospital, where my old university colleague works.
Usually you do that by leaving the door. All right, hospital? Hospital?
To the London hospital, quick. My colleague agreed to meet me here in one of the London hospital rooms reserved for students.
My mind. My mind!
Ah, John, you're there already. Punctual as always. Tell me, you don't seem to be in good shape. Is it possible that your recent marriage is making you this morose?
Ah, you know me well, Andrew. No, it's a strange and terrible affair that concerns me. Have you read my note?
Yes, I admit that I was surprised. It just so happens that I, too, was asking questions about our morgue.
Posted an old-time indicator on Discord. Do we need to arrange an intervention? An intervention for what? For me? Or for the killer stealing lady parts? What I'm trying to think is, like, how do you human organ traffic that? This is the 1800s. Are we switching out uteruses? That'd be impressive. But also, what am I doing with a booty hole? Am I switching out booty holes? Explain to me.
What do you think? Have you heard of any organ trafficking within?
No, John. No doubt there exists some exchange between colleagues. Not quite legal, of course, but nothing that can qualify as trafficking. Since the Anatomy Act of 1832, which permitted the use of unclaimed corpses for science, the black market trade was definitely halted. There are sufficient subjects available for all practitioners and students. Of this I can confirm.
Well, organ trafficking as a lucrative trade is out of the question. Then what is troubling you with the morgue?
You are talking about trafficking organs, but I suspect there is trade in whole bodies.
Go on. I have a cold compress on my toe. I still got a bruise.
What do you mean to say? Whole bodies are disappearing?
Well, it's confidential, but I know of your discretion and your friendship with the famous Sherlock Holmes. I can tell you that a few corpses have recently disappeared from the hospital morgue. Cadavers that were intended for dissection. That is to say, not claimed. Poor, unknown people. If a single corpse had disappeared, it might have been a bad joke. There are many students who pass through here. It's even a meeting spot. For the majority, they are here to work. A few come here in secret to practice. It also happens that instruments or organs go missing. Nothing alarming, but so many corpses. It's very troubling.
I just saw the video, Adobo, of the tweet. Oh my god. I would just be screaming in fear, in terror, and just in humor, because it's just like, it's out! And I'd be like, he's killing me! Oh my god. Is that like an option? Or like a setting? Or are they just like, no. You're fighting people in a psych ward. Or I guess monsters in a psych ward. And, you know, clothes. Who needs them? Oh, he's got like like little things sticking out of his head. Okay, so he was experimented on. And there's like a cop cutout and a cop car? I don't know the context of this scene, but I'm getting murdered in something. That is amazing. I did not expect that would be in the Outlast trials. Why is there a Twitch clip? Why is there a Twitch clip? Nina analyzing the cake. I mean, maybe. I was told. Whoa, time was complicated before standard time. Time and distance indicator. Oh god. What does that say? Entered according to the Act of Congress in the year 1862 by G.F. Thomas in the Clerk's Office in the District Court of the United States for the Southern District of New York. I cannot even imagine trying to be a businessman back then. Like, honey, I'm gonna go sell some vacuums. She'll be like, I'm never gonna see you again.
But the hospital doctors aren't doing anything?
No. That is to say, they would prefer not to call the police at this point. An investigation would no doubt result in the suspension of authorizations for the use of unclaimed corpses. Do you think that you could intercede on our behalf with Sherlock Holmes to clear up this situation?
What was I talking about? That got my heart rate over 135? What was I talking about?
The tone! The tone!
It was me laughing at you and Tapa. Sorry, it's not funny.
Which corpses are missing?
I don't know exactly, but I can make an exact list if you would like to wait here for a few minutes. Feel free to look around the room while you wait. It'll bring back memories.
Thank you, Andrew.
I laughed at my laugh. Ooh! June 21st, 7 p.m. is the screening of our short film, and I believe there's virtual tickets. And I'll find that out for you guys, so if you want to see it and the other films that were made over the weekend, and then vote! And then vote for which film you think is the best. You can do that. And I actually am going to ask my bros right now, before I forget, which channel are we putting the thing up? Because I'm like, I will upload it to my YouTube so fast, and as soon as they say I can let it be free, I'm gonna let it be free. I'll let it be free. Do you want me to just chill in here?
It's here that students come to carry out their experiments.
Experiments.
It's here that students come...
It's a baby. It's a very pixelated baby. It doesn't have a lot of polygons, but it's okay. They did good with what they had. Like, looking at it, you know it's a baby.
The last lesson must have been about the human heart. And for a class of beginners, I expect, as this diagram is rather rudimentary.
I have a feeling the next victim is going to be missing a heart. Oop! What's happening over here? Booty. Ah! That's for Jim Jam. There was a baby coming out of that. Just wanted to offer you cake. I deserve more than just cake. Heart?
There is a heart in this jar. Based on its colouring, it hasn't been there long. And it looks like the drawing on the board. This jar contains 2 lids with combination locks.
Huh? Huh? I must be missing something. I don't have what you want, I think. Alright, be gone, tweet. I'll see what I can do. You're good. Don't worry about literal me. I just gotta solve this puzzle, but I think I need to continue exploring to find the answers, if I'm not mistaken. Now open the box on the table. Yep, we're not done yet.
This surgical instrument resembles a screwdriver. How amusing. It might come in handy. I will return it later.
You know, for being like besties with Holmes, how do you not have like your own little kit? Actually, when was the Swiss Army knife invented? When did that happen? How does no one just carry one around with them constantly? I don't like that there's straps on this table. That implies the patient's alive. It might have been. Corpses don't bleed. They ooze, but they don't bleed.
It's here that students...
Fun little fact.
An encyclopedia of anatomy. A page on the human heart is dog-eared. Let's see.
Vena cava superior, arteria aorta. It's all the names for the parts. You gotta buy some more balls. Right, I was like, I know we used it a lot back in the day, but then didn't we find out we're like, oh, this is actually making us sick, hence mercury poisoning, and why, you know, people were like Mad Hatters because they would use mercury for hats, and then they'd wear the hat, and they just kind of, and then, you know, that's why we replaced our thermostats. We don't use mercury anymore because it would break, and then, you know, we'll play with it. Hi, Blondie. Okay, I'm confused. I got the message. I got the prescription. Uh-huh. Got the book. Got the heart. Did that. Did that. Located. Did that. Turn the arrows. Did that. Heart message was 6. Uh-huh. Case opens. Take the magnet. Go to the desks at either side of the room. The room.
Nothing of interest here.
Oh, now I'm searching.
Nothing of interest here.
Oh, 6?
Incredible. There is a magnet with a hook behind this pane of glass. I am in need of something.
The magnet I have in my hand? What sorcery is this? Ah. Oh, God. Ah! Patience, Nina. Patient. It's in all fluorescent lights. Oh, that's terrifying. Patiently. Rest your hand, and if Blondie bumps you, remain calm.
There, all done. Holmes couldn't have done better himself.
What did I get? A hook? Where does Tiny Hook go? Oh, it's another baby. Where am I going? Take the hook. What? Pass the 2 magnets over each other in the middle. Once the magnet with the hook is at the top, click to hold it in place. Take the hook. Click on the back of the desk. Use the hook on the hole in the desk. Well, the texture's gone, so...
A hole. I could make out something inside, but how to get it out? I will need a hook. I found it. A coded message. I do believe I will need Holmes.
Here is the list, John. The missing corpses are those of a woman, 40 years old, beginning of August, another, 55 years old, 2 weeks ago, and recently, a young woman. These corpses had nothing in common except that they didn't have any apparent lesions.
All of this is very troubling. Well, I think that I have all of the information possible, and I promise that I will do what I can to clear up this business. I must leave you, my friend, and...
In the name of our friendship,
Please, don't go so stare.
To be sure. Thanks again, Andrew.
it is I who must thank you, John. Don't forget to keep me up to date and say hello to your charming wife for me.
Count on me, Andrew.
I must go to the wasp's nest to find this rogue that Watson dubbed Bluto. He may be able to provide information on Dr. Tumblety. This lead, although tenuous, is well worth following. I must return to Whitechapel, but it would be better if I did so incognito.
I was wondering why I couldn't move. There was a chair. I didn't know Mercury was still in fluorescent lights. That's...
This should do the trick.
Oh, that's it? Nothing else? Just... Alright, off we go. Whitechapel! And then... Where was it?
Let's go. Let's go to the wasp's nest.
Oh my god, it is so smoky in here. Please, air it out.
There's something here. There's something here. I need something. There's something here. I need something.
Okay, well, apparently not. All I have is a knife. A knife! What do we need? What do you need, Holmes?
Old tongue.
Just happens to be there on the counter?
There's something here. I see a jewel. It's fallen between the floorboards.
Oh. Boy. So close. So close. Yeah, that does nothing. How do I move this? But to move this? Trying to think how I can move the spoon out of the way to get this out of the way. Because if this gets out of the way, I can move this, which means this can go all the way down and this can just fly across. And I'm here, and I'm like, I cannot move. Oh, I am the dumb. We're gonna reset. I've just done something wrong, and I'm gonna use the guide for this. Aim is to get the jewel to the right side of the puzzle. Move, click one bottle up. Jewel left. 3 spoon left. Does it mean this? 6 plate up. 7 mirror up. Oh, the mirror. Nina's not dumb. Nina's amazing. Nina can have dumb moments. You could be amazing and dumb. Smart and dumb. Dumb can go with anything. That's the beauty of dumb. Everyone and anything can be a combination of dumb. Then I imagine the wood. Let's see. Mirror up. Wood right. Plank down. And bottle, right? And then jewel right. And then spoon. Oh, you're getting ahead of yourself, Nina. Spoon right. 1 bottle down. 2 plank down. 3 spoon left. 5 comb up. 11 spoon right. Two plank down. 1 bottle up. Jewel left. Yeah, I'm so close. 11 spoon left. 4 bottle up. 8 wood left. 7 mirror down. What? 11 spoon right. Can't be that.
A Hebrew inscription. Going by the length of the chain, it must belong to a child.
Okay. And then I guess now we can talk to Bluto. I'm a
Hello there. You
gas
looking
boy?
for a gas man?
You really a gasser? You sure it isn't a bobby?
Well, if you don't need me, I'll be on my way then. I've already been paid up.
Stay. Who paid you?
A doctor, Marston, I think he was. He told me you'd talk to me about a foreigner, name of Tumblety, if I did you a favour.
Right, mate. Might happen.
What is it you need me to do, then?
Listen to me. At the end of Whitechapel, there's an abandoned dump of a house. Opposite Finley's boarding house. Upstairs in the mess where the gas pipes are, you'll find a sack with something heavy inside. If you look in, you'll regret it here. You find it, you bring it here, and you don't tell a soul, right?
Got it. And then you'll tell me about this Tumblety so that I can report back to the doc?
Yeah, doctors know people. And since you is here, it's because he'll move mountains for his American. Me, I don't know much. But you can tell him that he'll have to talk to Squibby. He seems to know lots about plenty. When you come back with a sack, I'll tell you what he needs to tell Squibby so that he snitches on the yank to him. Believe me, mate, it's as explosive as 10 miles worth of gas in your damn pipes.
Okay.
Right then, I'm off.
Go. Give me some air.
Honestly, you just need to crack open a window.
I could arrange for the police to come down here and arrest this thug, but he seems pretty tough and would probably be a lot less cooperative than if I play along. It's best I handle this myself, including meeting the mysterious Squibby.
What a name. Squibby. Just like, who are you, Squibby? Oh, it's 6 minutes. Oh. I have one of those, like, timers for those, like, wait-to-read webcomics, so I'm just like, in 6 minutes I can unlock the next chapter! Because I accidentally clicked the wrong chapter. Like, I was, like, you know, scrolling through my phone trying to get to the next chapter, and accidentally clicked, like, a chapter that's, like, 15 chapters away, and I was like, no! So I was like, fuck, gotta wait again. So I'm like, ooh, don't you forget, Nina. Alright, let's just poof over there.
It's the abandoned house that Bluto pointed out to me. He must have set up his hideout there. There's a strange smell coming from this old building.
Yes, it's gas. How do I get in there, though? What you working on, man?
Good day, Finley.
Good day, sir. Have we met before?
It's me, Sherlock Holmes.
Hi,
But I
Martin.
didn't want it to be known that I'm here. Can I count on you?
Certainly, Mr. Holmes. I shall be as silent as the grave.
Your tenant, Dr. Tumblety, is he here?
I don't think so. I'll go and find out.
It would seem we've been having some gas problems.
Don't talk to me about it. The problem is from the abandoned house not far from here, but nobody has come to take care of it.
Perhaps I could go and take a look. Do you have a ladder?
No, but I think in the pile of wood under the stairs there is one in pieces. And if you also need something from the scrap heap, some old tools or who knows what, feel free to take it, Mr. Holmes. But leave the dishes in good condition.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Why would I leave the dishes?
This old cloth could be used as a mask. I must moisten my makeshift mask. Finley's ladder is smashed to pieces, but all the parts appear to be here. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. Part of a perfume atomizer. This must be a piece of the ladder. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. This must be a piece of the ladder. A heap of rusted iron crockery.
Can't walk over there.
Water.
What?
Moisten.
There, this damp cloth will do for a mask. This lead pipe could help me to repair the gas lines. A broken hammer, I will have to find a handle. Part of a perfume atomizer.
Little stick. Okay, lead pipe, rusted iron dishes. Am I good to go? Is that everything I need? Okay, talk to Finley, gas leak. Hold on.
This window appears to be the only way out.
You don't want to use the ladder there?
Closed.
Is there another entrance we're supposed to use the ladder?
This window appears to be the only way out.
How is your investigation going, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you, and goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Do I have to hammer? Okay, what am I missing? Go down, go left, take the hammerhead, top of the elbow piece, perfume puffer, pick up 2 lead pipes, rusted iron dishes, perfume atomizer, small planks, a little stick, wooden pole, 2 long sticks. Ah, nails.
Some old nails. They may come in handy.
That's why your ladder didn't work. There we go. Now try.
I hope this ladder will support my weight. Let's go. My cloth mask won't make much difference, but I'll be able to inspect the room for a few seconds. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animals didn't have time to escape. Someone left here in a hurry, presumably because of the gas leak. A small torch, a useful tool for opening safes, I would assume, but the gas bottle is empty. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animals didn't have time to escape. The leak must have been sudden. Even the animal... I need something. I need something.
Good question.
This iron bar will help me.
What, am I gonna lockpick it open?
The leak is coming from here. The satchel is behind these pipes. This explains why the thug wanted someone who knew about gas. He must have hidden it there in great haste and broke the pipes in the process. The satchel seems to be quite...
Like to assemble?
The satchel seems to be quite stuck. I don't think I can get it out without passing out. For good. I need a more suitable mask. The kind used by tanners would do nicely.
I have to go talk to some tanners, don't I? Did that. Did that. Did that. Alright. Let's go find this other mask. Fiddly, do you know?
How is your investigation going, Mr. Holmes?
I'll be needing a mask of the sort tanners use. Do you know where...
Go check in the little lane across from the clinic. At the cobbler's, perhaps.
Alright, in 3 hours, I gotta come back to this.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Not this.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, he said what, the hammock? Right? Or does he mean like the cobbler from way over here? Oh, look at your shoes.
How do, sir?
Hello. I'm sorry to say, but I'm closing.
This man seems wary. I must find a way to win his confidence.
Ooh, I know.
How do, sir?
Hello. I'm sorry to say, but I'm closing.
Would you like this necklace?
I am here because I found this.
Abraham's beard. The son of one of my neighbors was beaten in the street a few weeks ago and it was stolen from him. If you would give it to me, I promise to return it to him and get you a reward.
Money doesn't interest me.
Who are you, sir? And what do you want from me?
I'm a friend of Dr. Watson's. You know him, don't you?
In that case, welcome. Dr. Watson is a great man, and I would be pleased to help one of his friends.
Mask.
You work the leather and perhaps even tan it yourself. I believe tanners wear special masks to protect themselves from the toxic emissions given off by the vats used to soak the leather. I have a gas leak to fix, and I won't survive without something effective to protect myself with.
Go see my cousin Abraham, who has a pet shop a little further down the road. Tell him that Isaac sent you. That's me.
Okay.
I'll be off now.
My regards to Dr. Watson.
Sweet, we're going to a pet shop? Anything need to grab while I'm here? Alright. Bye-bye. We said little down the road, so does he mean this road or like street road? Oh wow, yeah, it's
This is a pet shop.
like right down the road. Pretty bird. Pretty birds! I hear a puppy, but I don't see a puppy. Oh! See a snake and a frog. See a raccoon. An upset raccoon. I don't know where the puppy is.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
You must be Abraham Solomonovich. I came on behalf of your cousin, Isaac. He said that you might be able to help me.
Oh, there's
I need a
Puppy.
good mask to protect me from gas emissions so I can repair a leak.
Yes, it should help you. But I let it drop into the big snake cage and they are very dangerous beasts. I don't know how to retrieve it.
But you must be equipped to deal with these creatures safely, surely.
Of course, but I broke my hook. It should be over there. If you succeed in getting that beast from its cage, you will be doing me a great favor.
Wait, was that not a frog? Was that the mask that I'm supposed to be getting?
I need something.
What do I have? Hey, where's the... Oh, it's put together. I was like, it's already put together. Do you have...
I have the broken hook. I can repair it, but I'll need some materials. Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be of use.
Oh my god, so precious.
This cage must do to hold the snake.
Cage is way too small for him. I don't blame him why he's crying.
This cage must do to hold the snake. This cage must do to hold the snake.
Oh, this snake's gonna escape, bro. Go back to your cousins. Ooh, do I
Perhaps I'll find some material at Isaac's that will be of use.
need to go grab the dead rats? And like, you eat that and you're like, oh no, I've been affected by the gas. I'm sleepy.
I need a few items for your cousin Abraham. May I borrow them for you?
Of course. You're welcome.
This may come in handy.
I found was string. Let's see. Loose mesh, tight mesh, loose mesh. So I'm assuming this is the one we want.
This should do the trick.
Oh.
This should do the trick.
Oh, I have made my stick. Been a minute. Let's save, Nina. All right, I have stick.
I need something.
Okay, I have the cage.
This cage will do the trick. The mesh is small enough.
It's a big boy.
There we are. Magnificent. If I may ask, why is it you have such equipment?
I haven't always had a pet shop, my friend. I was a butcher for many years. But I wasn't serious enough to be a real meat man, and I was looked down upon in the community. I found myself carting carcasses from the slaughterhouse, a repugnant job in which you catch vile illnesses, and it breaks you before you're out of your 30s. Thus, I had the idea to make this mask with a sort of filter, and it worked. Since then, I have quit that work, and with my little savings, I started this business. I lived through the deaths of thousands of animals. Now I am devoted to their lives. If you are interested, I could sell you a little canary, for example.
No, thank you. Let's return to the boarding house.
Back we go. Boarding house. Do I need to equip it?
The satchel, rather heavy and firmly wedged. There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough. There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't high enough.
What am I doing? Did that. That. The aim of the puzzle is to get enough pressure to weld the pipes to fix the leak. Increase gas pressure. Okay, so... No. Oh, how do I turn it back? Oh, how do I turn it back? Oh. Left clicks and right clicks. It's nothing. Unless...
There isn't enough gas. The pressure isn't...
Now I have to move it. Let's try that. Am I good? I think I did it.
The satchel, rather heavy and firmly wedged, dislodging it will take a concerted effort and is better done in a safe environment. I must repair this leak before...
Now?
The satchel, rather heavy and firmly...
The pressure's at 0. Oh, wait, hold on. Now it's at 0?
The satchel, rather heavy and...
Okay, they're all at 0. And I've soldered and ironed the things shut, so the gas should flow through it. What am I missing? See that the gauge read 50 on the top of the release nozzle. Place the gauge on all the other holes. See that the rest are reading 0. Place the gauge back on the top middle hole of the top horizontal pipe. Right-click red arrow, the wheel valve right to the hole to bring the pressure down to 0. We need to have all the flow to the small vertical pipe at the bottom. So I want it at 100. Here's the gauge. Let's see. Nozzle that is a 100 pressure reading the bottom middle one. Weld to seal the joints of the 3 pipes. Oh, I missed one. Dang it.
There isn't enough gas. The...
There it is. Missed one. Okay.
Elementary.
Ta-da. I'm a gas man now.
This much talked about satchel is very heavy and seems to contain metal dishes. I told Bluto that I wouldn't look inside, but I've little need to. It's quite obvious that it's full of silverware.
Am I gonna replace them?
Full of crockery, the satchel makes the same noise and weighs about the same as if it were filled with silverware. There is still gas in here. Looking at the state of this cat, it won't survive much longer if it stays here.
Oh my god! Take the cat with me! Come with me!
Let's go to the wasp's nest.
Oh my god, I'm taking the cat with me! This is yeah. Why can't I leave? Let me out! Hello? Just have a kitten in my pocket now.
Let's go to the wasp's nest.
Just a random cat? And I'll take it. Let me in.
Pass the sack to me. Did you look in?
I give you my word, but it won't belong to you until you tell me where Squibby is.
Fine. The poor idiot was taken by the peelers the other day. I don't know why some chap started to screech about it. He was the Whitechapel killer, but he ended up followed by an hysterical mob. In a flash, the bobbies had him rounded up and locked down.
Do you mean at the local police station?
Might not. But if you or the doc talk to him, tell him that about the kayak business. I'll forget our score if he rats on the yank. He'll know. Now, hand over the bag.
I say, that's all a little bit wishy-washy. I'm not sure it's worth the satchel.
Hey, Don't shake it like that, moron. If you don't want to end up with a knife in the back, you'll get busy with the pipe. Got it?
Here, take it. That'll teach me for being a good Samaritan. Honestly, how rude. I'd best be off now. Better to not be around when he opens the satchel.
Okay, well, I have this cat, so... What's up?
Hey, look! It's Mr. Detective. It's...
Shh, I'm undercover on a special mission. Don't blow my cover.
Aye, aye, Captain. We won't let it slip.
Now, what are you doing in this area at such an hour? You're far from home, aren't you?
We've come to give Pounce a hand. About his cat, you know. Downstairs round is a nasty old lady Big Danny lives. She threatens to kill Pounce's cat, 'cause she's allergic, or so she says. And it makes it cough and vomit just by seeing one.
Allergic.
Oh, that's it. She stoned Pounce and his cat yesterday, and the poor thing took off and hasn't been seen again. We've been looking for it, but nothing.
Oh my god, is it this cat?
Does that cat there belong to Pounce?
Bert! That's my Bertie!
Be careful, he is injured. Let's take him to the pet shop. We might be able to take care of him.
Oh my god, look at him! Precious baby.
Let's go to the pet shop, children.
I like that none of the adults can see my disguise, but the children are like, oh, what's up, man? It's
If
like,
you all go in at once, you'll scare the animals. Pounce, come with me. Everyone else, stay here.
oh my god, stop. I want to know who had to animate the cute cat, but they're just, yeah.
What can I do for you?
I know you're a pet shop. Oh yeah, here's your mask.
I have come to return your mask.
Ah, thank you. If you need something else, do not hesitate.
Well,
May I present young Pounce and his cat, Bert. Poor Bert, he's been injured.
It's Big Danny who threw a cobblestone at him.
Big Danny? Danny the Jaw? The terror of the Highlands?
Oi, that's her, mister.
You know this lady?
Lady is not the appropriate word. Fury, more likely. Danny is a night worker. Before that, she performed in a circus where she fought against men for a penny a round. It was said that she never lost a fight.
Is there anything you can do for poor Bert?
I don't know. This cat seems to be in a sorry state. I have a book on cats over there. Can you find it while I look at its wound?
Yes.
perfect. He's a pet shop and a vet. Oh my god, precious, stop. Irresistible attraction for all passing cats. Euphoric effect of alcohol on humans.
Aha! This must be the cat book Abraham needs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were petting. There, we're petting the cat. Pet.
What can I do?
I have the book.
Here is the book on cats.
Thank you, my man. I will see what I can do for this cat.
Diggins! Why are we trying to knife the cat?
Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir.
Alright. Bert will be fine. No knife kitty. Mm-hmm. There's your precious bean. I guess I'll go to the police station, let them know that the gas is gone. Oh, and the stolen jewelry.
I can't just waltz into the police station to ask if they've got Squibby locked up. I'll have to come up with a ploy to find out if he's actually there. Then I'll need to get the policeman to leave for just a few minutes so I can talk to the prisoner.
A ploy.
So, you little jackanapes, you want to ride on the big whirly?
Another day, perhaps, Mom.
You the one who tried to kill the cat?
As a matter of fact, I would like to know if a chap I know called Squibby happens to be in this police station, and how many policemen are inside.
Information? Yes, but time is money for me, you know.
Okay. What a good looking Nina smacks the elbow. What is this, an anime?
Here are a few guineas. So, Squibby.
I'll tell you everything that I know, my ducky. Nothing. Ha! I know nothing about whether Squibby is there, and I don't give a damn. The bobbies don't whisper sweet nothings to me, like the girls in the nice places. And now get lost before I get all worked up. Hey, if you have something to offer to a lady, I could tell you a little bit more, maybe.
Like Dobby Days, not kill, just maim. Dobby Days.
I'll be back.
You do that.
The girls from the nice houses. That monster. Oh. Danny must have been referring to establishments like Miss Bella's that Watson told me about.
So I'm gonna go to the brothel now? Brothel?
Fine, I have to go to the brothel.
Oh, Holmes. You just give off ace vibes, and I'm here for it. You're just like, I don't want any of this.
Good evening, Lucy. Do you remember me?
Mr. Holmes, come in. You're strangely dressed. What have you come to do in the area?
I need to cause a ruckus.
I've come to ask if any of your colleagues, or perhaps even yourself, associate with any of the policemen from the local station.
Certain girls go with police officers, it's true. But Bella would be able to tell you more than me.
Very well. I'll be on my way.
All right, Bella.
You are a friend of Dr. Watson?
Indeed.
A fine man, your Dr. Watson. He got me out of a damn business with one of my clients. We gave this boar a lesson to remember, and he's since gone to France, having snagged one of my best girls. But it's a break from all of her chatter. You're looking for information about the police, is that right? I can't help you there. The girls concerned are busy. And anyway, I don't have the time.
Make time.
What is bothering you so much?
A client left me a case of bottles as payment. It happens all the time. I'm saddled with all this stuff. He told me that these perfumes were the latest thing, straight from Paris. Well, I'd barely smelled the first one when I nearly fainted. There might be some good ones in there, but I'd have to find out if it's really perfume, so that it won't burn the skin off my pretty girls.
Madam, I will undertake to tell you exactly which of these products are perfumes if you agree to entrust them to me for a little while. In exchange, I would like to know more about Squibby.
Yes, I know him. We've struck a deal, Mr. Holmes. I'll give you these bottles.
What? Do I give the bottles to Big Danny now?
Bella will help you, sir.
She was over here. You want? Hold on, items. I don't have the bottles? Hold on.
You still there?
I'll be back.
You...
I thought I was getting the bottles, and I thought you wanted... Hey. Huh? Okay. Talk to Lucy. Bella's bothered. Oh, I have to physically pick up the bottles. Ah. Just poof there, Nina. You don't know where you're going. Just poof there. My bad. I thought I had these.
I will need a book to help me identify Miss Bella's perfume. I believe the bookshop on Glenworth Street, not far from Baker Street, has just reopened. Let's go and take a look.
So, Baker Street?
I will need a book to help me identify...
Hey, Barnes.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Are you the new bookseller in the neighborhood?
Yes, my name is Barnes. You're one of my first visitors. Welcome. What are you looking for?
Huh? But I know you. What? Okay.
I'm looking for work that can help me identify perfumes, a book that deals with vegetation and its possible uses in the domain, for example.
I would recommend the Encyclopedia Spartica about vegetation. It consists of a reference on the matter. This book is the most complete that there is.
Fine, I will take it.
But it's just that, I have no idea where it is. Would you believe that my predecessor classified works by their acquisition date? Nowadays, we advocate a thematic classification. However, I am getting down to the task. You aren't looking for anything concerning the history of the scripts. I'm fascinated by the subject, and I already have numerous books on the topic.
It is no doubt very interesting, but I need this book Spartica without further delay.
Fine, fine. I will try to find the acquisition date of this encyclopedia, Mr.
Holmes, Sherlock Holmes.
Ah, fantastic. You are the man for the job. Perhaps you could try to find the missing dates. That will buy you some time.
He's not as crazy as the previous Barnes owner, so like... Did we lose him? Did like, by him doing all those crazy Cthulhu rituals, did he get like, taken? Where's Noble? Who knows?
There are some dates missing?
Yes. I forgot to mention that detail. The dates were written on cardstock attached to the columns, and there was one date per section. As one goes along, you will see there is no specific order, and certain are missing. I remade the labels, but I don't know where to put them. They're there on the counter.
Are there any other details to know?
The proprietor inscribed a date every 2 years since his arrival in 1864, up until now, that is 1888. He left a note regarding his method of shelving, but I didn't understand a word. I do believe, in fact, that he was a bit mad.
Right. Because last time we saw our book buddy, he was deep into the Cthulhu book.
Well, I will see.
Okay. All of the numbers placed on the same column must have different ending numbers. For example, 86 and 66 together would create an inconceivable disaster. The dates whose numbers added together will produce the same sum cannot be put on the same column if they indicate the same sense. Numbers of dates by column. 4, 5, 4. What? Oh, it's math! I thought I was free from this.
I must put all of the labels back in.
Okay, well, I'm assuming I need one that points right. There's a 70 and an 82. I feel like it's 82. Don't know why, just a feeling. Something pointing left. 88 or 66. I'm gonna say 66. Oh, fudge. 66.
I must put all of the labels...
Oh!
I must put all of the labels back in their...
Oh, hold on. 66? Oh, no. Oh, no, the system I had is gone. $70? God, I hope this is right. Nope. What am I doing? Alright. Turn off the counter and see 1868 pointing to the left. Place. Oh. This is where the 70 goes. Got that wrong. Ooh. Okay. Turn right and see 1872. Going to left, blank, blank, 8480. Place 66 and 88. Oh, sweet! I got that one!
There, Mr. Barnes, the labels are in their correct places. That should facilitate your classification. Have you found my book?
Yes, what luck it was to meet you. It was acquired in 1882.
I will look for it. Thank you very much. I would suggest that you organize your books quickly. I am in the habit of visiting my local bookstore at least once a week.
You are right, Mr. Holmes.
Perfume is described in a musical metaphor as having 3 sets of notes, making the harmonious sedge a chord. Notes unfold over time, with the immediate impression of the top note leading to the deeper middle notes and the bass notes gradually appearing at as the final stage. The quality of a perfume is usually assessed in terms of 3 parameters. Fragrance is the most important issue, describing essentially the smell of a perfume. It is followed by the intensity of the smell, ranging from subtle scent to overwhelming odor. Also, safety of use is important because not all the elements of a perfume could be sound for ladies' tender skin. Is he making a perfume?
This encyclopedia on plants and spices is just what I need to analyze these so-called perfumes. Let's return to Baker Street.
To Baker Street.
I will need my work table.
Work table.
I need something.
Perfume?
Let's get to work. I must analyze these perfumes.
Oh my god, no. What? Ah! What is this? Resin oil? Rose nectar? What did I walk into?
These shapes represent the smells at my disposal. This perfume is ghastly.
Mornings of sleepless nights. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I can do this. And then we have Whittle one and a big one.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Swamp water. Ha! Forbidden! Welcome back. You playing the Rocket League, right? We're still in the Sherlock land. I love it so much. Give it a second. Very nice, very nice.
Elementary. Fine, I have to go to the brothel.
Welcome in! You came at a great time. We're going back to the brothel.
Fine,
It's okay.
I have to go to the brothel.
We were just testing out perfumes. Make sure it's safe. Right here is your perfumes.
So, my dear man, have you reached a verdict?
I have distinguished the good perfumes from the bad, but even the good ones are nothing more than common sense for adolescents.
Who cares? It'll freshen up a few of my girls. Wait, there's a perfume here called Valerian. What is it?
It's not really a perfume, technically speaking, unless you like cats. It's more of a kind of medicine.
It smells strange. I don't really like it. Here, I can give it to you. And I have some information. Squibby is most assuredly locked up at the police station hereabouts. It would also seem that he's the one who doesn't want to come out.
Do you know someone by the name of Danny?
Danny? Big Danny Nutcracker? The one who hates cats?
That's the one.
You're interested in that kind of bird? Be like dipping your biscuit in a pig's trough. She's dangerous, a real cyclone. So beware. And her appearance. She claims to adore perfumes. She'd need this whole box to smell sweet.
I doubt it'll take much to make Danny cooperate, perhaps by offering her a little gift.
No worries, Forbidden.
Let's go to the police station.
I appreciate you. Remember the medicine for the cat? The little, like, valerian flower thing? That's pretty much what I have. I have cat medicine, which kind of like catnip. But I guess I'm just gonna give this to Daddy, which seems bad because it attracts cats, and she hates cats. So does that mean she's just gonna murder some cats? What am I planning here?
Do you remember me? Would you be kind enough to help me by telling me how many policemen are inside in exchange for this bottle of perfume?
I don't know. Does valerian make you sleepy? Let's find out. Because I'm like, as far as I know, it's just a plant. It's an herbal medicine that contains valerian root. It is used to treat mild nervous tension, anxiety, and problems falling asleep. Oh. Valerian is a flowering plant that is native to Europe and Asia, can grow to be over 6 feet tall, and has a strong odor. There's a goddamn plant that can be taller than me, and it's a flower? I don't know how to feel about this. It grows taller than me. Tony, we're getting beaten by a plant. Valerian root has a long history of use as a sedative. It is commonly sold in dietary supplement capsules to promote sleep. However, clinical evidence that it is effective for this purpose is weak or inconclusive. So they're like, Valerian root has a half-life of about 6 hours, meaning that it takes that long for the body to eliminate half of the dose. The effects of valerian root can last for up to 12 hours. Valerian forest. Yeah, I just need to plant a bunch of valerians now and be like, welcome. I shall now disappear into my own private valerian forest.
This is perfume. He's got a funny look on his face. Me, I want a pretty bottle with a button so that I can spray it all over myself. Got it?
Oh, I don't like that I'm hearing crying. There you go. Here.
Do you remember me?
This is better.
There ain't much in the station. It was pretty busy, but now there's only one constable, dearie.
Look at
There
that!
we are. Now Danny has been sprayed with valerian, a scent that's irresistible to cats. I must create a diversion in the street to make the policeman come out, but I need some cats. Lots of cats. To the pet shop.
Oh my god.
I must go to the pet shop.
I'm going to release a bunch of cats on her. I'm a monster. This poor... Her nickname is Nutcracker. She's going to snap their necks. Forest of Sweeps. Plant all 3 and never wake up. Ooh. Ooh. Can you imagine, though? But yeah, now you know why Valerian tea has you just uber messed up. Hey, I need a bunch of cats.
What can I do for you?
Bert the cat.
So, how is Bert doing?
He'll pull through. But he must eat, and I have no food for him here. We will need to find him some.
And where can we get some cat food?
We must find Hardiman. He sells meat for cats. It's around this time when he passes the end of the road. You might be in luck. You'll hear him from far away. He was always calling beep, beep.
Thank you for everything, Mr. Solomonovich. So, Pounds, shall we look for the cat food seller? Poor Bert has to be fed, and I might have some work for you and your friends.
Who let the cats out? Meow, 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 meow. It says who, but I'm being silly. I'd let her... Oop, I hit send. How do I unsend tweet? Can adobo. It's been done!
Beep, beep.
Oh my god, he's so precious.
Beep, beep.
Good evening, sir.
I'll do a little kebab for the cat.
Do you honestly just sell meat for cats? I'm down bad!
These little brats can't possibly all be yours.
Pardon? Oh, no, none of them.
I was gonna say.
Children, they're our pride and joy. And yet...
I just... Give me a kebab, man.
Do cats really like kebabs?
They adore them. How many would you like?
I'll take the lot.
I beg your pardon, sir?
How much for the lot?
For £2, they're all yours, my lord.
It's a deal. Listen up, my little soldiers. You need to find all the cats in Whitechapel and lead them towards the police station. You'll be armed with delicious kebabs to entice them. Go, as quick as you can now. If my calculations are correct, the cats will be seduced by Danny's odor and will throw themselves on her. That should cause enough of a commotion to get the policeman to come out onto the street.
Hold on. Oh god. Oh my god, no!
Come on now, children. Let the cats alone.
What's all this racket? Calm down. Come on, out. And make those chaps shut up.
Well now, let's see what I can do about Squibby.
Oh my god.
I shall leave Bluto's treasure at the station. The police will know what to do with it.
Standing in front of her while they release them, right? They're just like... Hashtag horny. Bro, I can't tell you how...
I shall leave Bluto's treasure.
Difficult it is. Because I don't have alt accounts on Twitter, because I'm like, why would I? And I'm just like, ooh, pretty art, pretty art. And I'm like, wait. Unlike that pretty art. Because, people will be like, Nina, what is this? And I'll be like, it's art. And they're like, mm-hmm. And I'm like, it's just very pretty art. I can't draw this. Can you draw this? If I could draw this, I would be selling it like this person. Hence why I support their Patreon, because their art is just that amazing.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
What the fudge is this? Oh, is this me lockpicking? I don't seem to be very good at it. One person's art is another person's... I mean... You're not wrong. But I'm like, it's all art to me. It's all art. And sometimes, even if it is that other half, it's kind of funny because you're just like, what is this? And then you find out it's like part of some crazy meme train and everybody's like, what are you doing? And they're like, I have the power. I can do what I want. I'm gonna draw it. And everybody's like freaking out and they're like, no. And then other people are like, yes, we're here for the meme energy. And I'm just like, I have no context to what's happening. But the art is good, but also, How do I get in here? Let me in! Guide, how do I get in here? Help! Helpity, helpity, help, help, help. Alright, we did the perfumes. Perfumes we did. We did the police station, we did the pet shop, we did the meat cellar, Big Danny. Look close at the lock with nail as key. Take note of the curvature of the nail. Move the nail in the same directions as that of the curves of the nail. The cursor moves in opposite direction of that of nail. Click, hold, half... Oh my god. Does it reset if I leave?
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
So what you're saying is half left, full right, half left. Okay, so... half left, full... I'm trying to go full. And then half that way. Click hold, half left. Oh, I have to release it at some points. Oops, try again.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
All right. So half left. Okay, half left. Release nail. Complete right. Complete right. Okay. Nope. Complete right. Okay. And then half right. Let go! Ooh. We might be stuck on this for a minute.
This must be the door that leads to the cells.
Alright. Click the nail, right? Okay, I'm clicking it. Nothing's happening. Alright, so we're gonna hold it. Half left. Release the nail. Complete right. Ooh, kind of jiggled. And then release the nail, and then half right. Wait, how do you do a complete right, but then release it, and then a half right? I don't know. Sure. That was more of a half left instead of a half right, but I'm gonna save, cause... What's up, man?
And who are you?
I've come to talk to you about Tumblety.
So you're here to kill me, are you?
Kinda pretty.
Absolutely not. I've come on behalf of someone you know who told me you have some explosive news about this American. In exchange, he has settled your bill on the kayaks.
You ain't no street person, you. You're a bobby, trying to wind me up, aren't you?
Not at all. Will you agree to talk?
Not a chance. I'll give nothing away for nothing. I don't have to follow Bluto's orders. I'm in it up to my neck, and the bobbies won't agree to keep me locked up here for the rest of my life.
You mean to say that you are here of your own accord?
Damn right. Only death awaits me out there. I was almost lynched because I was blamed for the murder of those poor girls who were chopped up like animals. The police put me here for my own safety. That's when this journalist showed up.
Journalist?
A journalist?
I socked him once for disrespecting me down at the pub. He said I'd pay for it one day, and that day came. He said he was going to squeal to the papers about me. With my description and my tattoos and all, I was arrested at the same time the police said they'd caught the Whitechapel killer. While waiting to write the article, he started the rumour. Now the streets ain't safe for me no more.
I understand. Listen, if I find this journalist and make him promise to not write a word about you, and if I also agree to pay for you to get out of London, will you tell me everything you know about Tumblety?
You sure know how to speak to ruffians, don't you? You got yourself a deal.
What's the name of this journalist?
Bulling. Tom Bulling.
Tom Bulling? That name sounds familiar. That wouldn't be the journalist that Watson met at the Wasp's Nest.
Huh?
Ah, no, nothing. I was just thinking aloud. Well, I'll be going, Squibby.
You're right. It ain't healthy here. Hey, but what are you up to here, you? Off with you, and make it quick before I take you in.
Bye.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest.
The wasps. Wasps' nests.
Let's go to the Wasp's Nest. No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous. Let's return to Baker Street to change.
Okay. I was like, excuse me, you told me to come here.
Good evening. There'll be a nice tip in it for you if you can tell me if you recently saw a journalist here.
Yes, sir. A damn nuisance, that man. And a real cad. He cursed me out something fierce for staining a book that he put down, even though it was him who was shaking so much that he soiled it with a whole lot of ale.
He was reading a book?
Oh, not a real book. A halfpenny rag. He put it down on the ground, and I put it in the paper bin for the stove. It should still be there if it weren't already put in the fire.
Okay.
Goodbye, miss.
At your service, me lord.
Some paper. Ink stains. This must be the table where Bulling writes his copy.
Published weekly, now ready. Price 1 penny. M12, 24 pages. Splendidly illustrated. Handsome wrapper. Spring-heeled Jack. The Terror of London. What? The history of this remarkable being has been specially compiled for this work only by one of the best authors of the day, and our readers will find that he has undoubtedly succeeded in providing a wonderful and sensational story, every page of which is replete with details of absorbing, thrilling interest. Okay.
Spring-heeled Jack, a fantastical character that terrorizes the population of London. This journalist has some far from cheerful reading.
You got anything for me?
Evening. A pint for me and have one for yourself. I'm looking for a journalist, a good client of yours. Goes by the name of Bulling. Ring any bells?
Haven't seen him for a day or two. He must be sleeping it off somewhere. Where to hide from the landlord when you owe some serious bread?
What paper does he work for?
Bread.
I don't know, but I can't believe that he works at his rag, because he's always round the pub scribbling his useless papers. The last time I seen him, he spent a whole day at that table drinking and scratching away from morning till night. He finished by celebrating, and without the help of a rich chap, he would have fleeced me of a guinea.
I was the rich chap.
Thank you, my friend.
That's nothing.
Sherlock can say, my friend, and he's fine. Watson says it, and he's like, I'm gonna fight you, buddy. Okay. So where is he? Squibby?
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
Sorry, Bluto. Okay. Okay. Well, just check the paper again.
Some paper, ink stains.
Let's get out of here. Get out of here.
Let's return to Baker Street. Tom Bulling isn't here, but the Baker Street irregulars should be able to track him down. Perhaps Watson will have something to tell me in the morning.
Baker Street.
Up at last, Holmes. Were you able to get anything from that crook at the Wasp's Nest yesterday?
Not yet, but I am working on it. And yourself, Watson, what were you able to find out from your colleague about the sale of second-hand female parts?
Holmes? Well, actually...
Let it be, Watson. It was tiring, no doubt.
Well, as soon as I mentioned the possible existence of a black market dealing in human parts, everyone in the hospital became very tense. This silence, therefore, tells us more than anything else at this point.
However, I have trouble believing that such a peculiar dealing as that involving Annie Chapman's uterus could have gone unnoticed in the medical community, if that is indeed what happened.
That's my opinion, as well as that of my old university colleague. He maintains that any form of organ trafficking would be impossible, not to mention unnecessary. However, he did tell me something rather troubling. The unexplained disappearance of several corpses from the hospital morgue. He has allowed me to investigate, provided I do so discreetly, and here is what I found, concealed in what appeared to be a secret letterbox.
Interesting, an encoded message.
Indeed, and look, the symbol of a certain well-known Spartaca encyclopedia is printed on it. Perhaps it will help in deciphering the letter.
Thank you, Watson. Are you going out again?
I promised a new patient, Captain Stenick, I'd go round to examine him. He lives nearby. I may be back before you've had a chance to decipher this mysterious message.
Challenge accepted. Where'd I go?
Good. Let's decipher the encoded words in the message that Watson found at the London hospital. Good. Let's decipher the
Why?
The index of the Spartaca encyclopedias seems to have a connection with this letter.
Why? Okay. How does this help me? I mean, IV. $17? This is an I and a V, so I'm like, this might mean something? Would it just be this fourth letter of the alphabet? Is that what it's trying to say? I will take a hint. Place the encoded letter on the work table. Click on the two document icons. Select the documents that help decode. Click on the uses document at the bottom right of plants and spices and animals, both from the Spartaca Encyclopedia. Take note that the Roman numerals on the main puzzle frame that corresponds to letters are only cut horizontally in half. Only the top halves of the Roman numerals are seen on the main puzzle frame, so the open space between the sides, / corresponds to V5 of the Roman numeral at the bottom of the page, and the closed V corresponds to X10. Okay, so they're saying it's cut directly in half. Okay. So why can't I click this? Click on a letter on the red bar at the and click on the empty frame above the associated Roman numeral on the page. Elementary! The coded message confirms that there is body trafficking. What? What? So, like, what? A is 1? Right? Like, I'm guessing it's whatever Roman numeral. B is 2. Oh, I guess, yeah, this to show is this. So... Right? The dashies are 5? Yeah, the dashies are 5. And that means the actual V's, 10s. So let's see, X, IV. Then new XV. My XV. It's 15. There it is. X13. Command? New command. XIVs. Oh, subject. Sub. New command. Subject woman. Something, something. Deliver? Delivery? New command, subject woman, delivery. Five, 6.
Elementary.
Oh, it's the pauses for me. I'm just like, did I get it? I did. Okay, thank goodness. I'll have you know that this guy did not really tell me what it was, because as you can see, the image that's attached is broken. So I figured it out.
My dear Watson, I congratulate you on your investigation. This letter seems to well and truly confirm the organized trafficking of bodies in London.
My God, how dreadful.
Watson, we must go to the address that appears in this message. I would suggest you take your weapon.
It hasn't left my side since the beginning of this whole affair, Holmes.
I'll also be putting on my workman's disguise again. One never knows.
But what about me, Holmes?
Stay as you are, Watson. At worst, you can pass as my employer. Find Wharfdale Road on the map of London, Watson.
Understood, Holmes.
Wharfdale Road, you say?
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Here we are, Watson. 17 Wharfdale Road. Let's be careful.
You think so, Holmes? This house seems to be abandoned.
I don't trust it, buddy.
Given the layer of dust accumulated in the square, this door must rarely open. Look, if we lift a board from this window, we should be able to pass through. But first we have to get ourselves up there.
You are joking, Holmes?
Come, Watson. Toss you.
This trolley seems to be in good condition, apart from the broken wheel, of course.
I guess I have to find a wheel.
A tarred cover. No, I can't take it like that. This rope seems strong. It is sure to come in handy. I need something.
Maybe I cut the tar cover? The trash seems to be disappearing.
Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently. This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Okay.
Nothing of interest here.
I mean, just a guy peeing. Is that because he's European? It's not a good pun. Let me live.
There, this piece of tarpaulin is very thin, but solid enough for our purposes.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
I don't know. I was looking for a wheel, and I somehow ended up here.
No, I can't do that.
Hint. Okay. Clothesline. Use the knife on the tar tarpaulin. Wait, use the tar tarpaulin on the front door? What?
There, by sliding this piece of tarred tarpaulin, I was able to quite simply force the lock. Let's go in.
Incredible.
Sure.
These jars contain chemical products. I have no idea what they are for. Some makeup applicators. These little metal instruments are rather curious. I'll take one.
You pickpocketing?
There's something here.
Do I need to...
There's something here. A trapdoor. We must find a way to get down through it, Watson.
Incredible.
I have a rope. Do I tie it to the stairs?
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Who slapped the chicken? I have questions. Who slapped the chicken? Tony slapped the chicken. Me, because your bot reminded me. Thanks, bot. Slap the chicken.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
There's a delay. Stream took a second. They're like...
I will go down alone, Watson. Try to cover for me if someone should happen along.
Understood, Holmes.
Oh, there's apparently a metal stick I'm supposed to take with me. Wait, Watson. There's a stick. Shoot.
Rings, wedding rings, gold teeth. I don't imagine where they came from.
You know where they came from.
This old box must have held nails a long time ago. Nothing of interest.
Bot made me do it.
Hammer. I'll take it.
So if the bot was like, feed the Nina, you wouldn't listen to it, right? You'd be like, nah, F you, bot. I'm my own person. Oops.
This may come in handy.
I can smush something.
This may come in handy.
I don't think I have anything I can smoosh yet.
A pointed poker. This is sure to come in handy.
There it is.
Clothing that appears to be destined to be incinerated. A coffin, recently made and already broken. Here's an electrical mechanism. Turning the handle should supply it with energy. Ah, it would seem that there is a broken connection. Closed. Numerous footsteps. Apparently this passage is used frequently.
Okay.
Here's an electrical mechanism.
How do I get back up? Glad I saved before we went in the house. Well, I was supposed to take the metal stick in a box. Unless that's what this is. Oh, it is. Okay, we did it. Awesome. Sticker is free. Nam's cost. Side fight bot. See, there you go. You fight the bot. Good. Alright. Chemicals. Did that. Look around. Take the poker. See the clothes. Stretcher. I have pincers, a poker, a metal stick, and a hammer. What stretcher are they talking about? Let's talk about this.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Ah!
This box is broken. The wires must be reconnected. Pray, think.
Oh, I was guessing. Okay. Didn't think that would work. Ah! Sadness.
Elementary.
Okay. Hello.
I need something.
Hold on.
It is a stretcher that can be dismantled into 2 pieces. I have to find a way to take it upstairs, I think. I'll be needing it.
There's like a weird key thing here. A shackle! Oh.
That's good, Holmes. I don't know why you brought this thing back up, but I can take it.
Perfect, Watson.
Thanks, buddy.
This bent key just needs a little repair job to make it usable.
I got you. I got you.
This may come in handy.
How do I put the key in here?
This may come in handy.
Okay. Key is selected. Put the key in here. Do I not put the key in there? Use the poker to open the cover. Did that. Did the colored puzzle. Raise the lift. Pick up the bent key. See a vise. Take the pincers and hammer from the table. Oh, okay. Yeah, I took the pincers and the hammer from the table. Uh-huh. Turn the vise at the right edge of the table so that it's closed. Oh, it has to be closed already?
This may come in handy.
Okay. Place the bent key on top of the closed vise. Usually it's open and you close it. Oh, okay. Sure. What, hammer?
No, I can't do that.
There we go. Okay. Alright, get me out of here.
Let's hope that it really is the key to this door.
And so, Holmes?
Ah! I was just in the dark. Hi, what's up, man?
Let's hurry, Holmes.
No, I think we still have some stuff to do here. I'm seeing the textures break a little, so I'm being a little cautious. Can I take this wheel?
This wheel is in good shape, but it is impossible to remove it. The pin holding it is stuck. This wheel is in good shape, but this little instrument will serve perfectly as a pin punch.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Trust me, Watson. I don't know either.
Elementary.
But what the devil are you doing, Holmes?
Just let it be!
No, I can't do that.
Why not?
This stone was blocking the wheel.
What's now?
No, I can't do that.
What? What else is there?
This stone was blocking the wheel.
Okay, how about now?
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Quite dramatic. Anyway, I feel like I need the stretcher to climb. Yeah? Ooh! Let me in! What's it? The door's broken. There we go. Yeah, totally. Grab the stretcher. This is why we save often.
I need something.
Is it not the stretcher? Oh, take the 2 pieces. Shit, there's more than one. I thought I grabbed them both. Where's the other one? Oh. I just didn't combine it.
I need something. I need something.
What else is there? Go inside the house, take the 2 pieces, go to the broken window, take the wheel, use the wheel, okay, wagon rolls, combine the pieces of the stretcher, and... Oh, I chiseled out little
I hope this ladder will support my weight.
little holes for my hands and my feet. I mean, it's crafty.
Let's go.
My God, Holmes, where are we?
For us to find out, my friend. This woman is dead, Watson.
Yes, several days ago, Holmes, but the body is perfectly preserved. No odor, no visible decomposition.
Okay.
Glass eyes in all shapes and all colors. It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
How do I move? Oh, it has to equal 8. Okay. Oh my god, why? What? Whoa. Wait. Oh. Curses. Oh my goodness. Okay. Back to math again. I think I messed up already, right? This puzzle is random. The object of the puzzle is to remove all the numbers in yellow. See a 5x4 set of numbers and a number on top of the square. See a movable square. Move the big square by clicking on the tile with no number. Move the big square to enclose 1 to 5 numbers that will add up to the outside number. The movable square can be placed at the corners. Another outside number appears. Look for the numbers that will add up to that number, and so on until all the numbers are moved. The sum is in double digits. The last number or the right number can be used alone. For example, 1, 11, or 21 can be 1, 0, or 10 or 20. It can also be 0, 18, 8, or 28. It can also be 8. I messed up.
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
It's random, so there's not much I can do. Okay, 9. Shoot. Yeah, it's
It's a
random,
puzzle
so.
box. Let's see if I can open it.
Ah. How am I? We're gonna be here for a minute. We'll grab a drink,
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
grab a snack, go to the restroom. We're gonna be here for a minute. See, like, how do you expect me to get 0? This is the only 0. So was I supposed to do something with the 4 to get a 9?
It's a puzzle box. Let's see if I can open it.
Zero can be 0, 10, 20, etc. Oh, that's right. You can do some crazy math. Ah! Math! Okay. Okay. So we'll just process of elimination for the next time. That means I need a giant number to make 9. Just gonna process of elimination this. That's 6. It's not even close. That's 6. It's 9. 6 and 7? Yeah, that makes 13. Okay, okay. So, yeah. Process of eliminate this.
There we are. Magnificent. This square object is very unusual.
Here in the information, that boss was able to find out about the client. Ethel loved pink and spoke in a composed and soft voice. At the end, she couldn't do more than whisper, but she was still able to sing some of the Schubert tunes that she loved. She would undoubtedly have been a virtuoso on the violin if her husband hadn't impeded her. Instructions: pink robe, assorted jewelry, seance, planned for 1 week hence, but the body will be taken today or tomorrow by 2 chaps that the boss recruited. Their sign of recognition will be a triangle and a square attached with a red ribbon. No worries, they seem to be professionals, won't be a problem. Important, mind the quality of your lime for fixing the false eyes. During seance 4, the boss has asked me to close the eyelids of the ghost so the clients don't notice anything, because an eye started to fall out. He was furious and wasn't able to proceed to the symbiotic culmination, which alone permits us to get the client's full cooperation and make off with the maximum. Transfiguration is the key, as he always says. Boss asked me to make known that if, in the future, such negligence was repeated, some of us may well be part of the next spectacle. In the star and roll. I hope that the message is understood. See, Mama ain't raised no quitter! She raised no quitter.
This letter speaks of a sign of recognition. Interesting.
She raised somebody who's stubborn. Spiritualism. Contact with the hereafter.
Amusing.
Souvenir of Liverpool. I give you my love, my Alexis. Mum.
This old photo shows a young man dressed after the fashion of an employee in front of a shop. The man in the photo taken in 1883 and the one on Prince Raskolnikov's leaflet are one and the same, and no more a prince or a Russian than you or I, Watson. Someone made up this corpse. The lips have been coloured and the rings around the eyes carefully camouflaged. Yes, somebody wanted to give the impression of life.
To what end?
I don't know, man.
Strange smell. What do you think, Watson?
A zinc chloride solution, without a doubt. A product generally injected into cadavers to help preserve them. Look, Holmes, a label from the London hospital. It must be a corpse stolen from the London hospital.
This cheap jewel must be an accessory of some sort. This may come in handy. These clothes are new, just like the deceased's dress. I imagine her clothes were changed. Look at this photo. It is inscribed Ethel Broomstreet, 1851 to 1878. This young woman who died 10 years ago looks like the one stretched out on this table. Watson, this corpse was embalmed and made up and dressed to look like a woman who had died 10 years earlier. All is clear, Watson. A charlatan, passing himself as a prince, making the dead come back by using corpses as puppets.
Which explains the disappearance of corpses at the London hospital. It was to fuel this sordid entertainment.
I don't know if entertainment's the right word. Someone's swindling their money away.
Some makeup applicators.
Okay, well.
This door was recently reinforced. Impossible to open it.
Alright, is that everything before I leave? Okay, metal square object. Triangle jewel. Red ribbon. Combine them. Did that. Okay.
Holmes, I hear a cab stopping in the courtyard. Someone's coming.
It is probably the dealers, Watson. But instead of running, what if we were to meet them? If we managed to win their trust?
You are joking, Holmes?
I have the necklace. The note says we're two professionals with this necklace.
Oi, what you doing there, you? It's private in here.
Calm down. We aren't here as tourists. We have come to collect our packet.
Oh, well then, you just had to say. I was told that you weren't no tramps, but I weren't expecting that you was... Given your get-up, I guess your boss.
Yes.
Well, the subject ain't ready yet. I ain't done with it yet. You'll have to come back.
Well, that's, a real problem.
Say, we have personal orders too, for some organs. You wouldn't know where we can find them.
What type then?
Kidney, uterus.
Oi, I don't hack up my dollies. That's the work of an artist.
But you wouldn't happen to have a colleague who might furnish this type of item?
No, you can't make a copper doing that nowadays. Since the bigwigs made it easy to get stiffs, the medical schools are bursting with bodies to carve up. Docs and students have got all they need. Business is dead. For a few coppers, hospital bloke might help you out, but I don't know for sure. They'd be right in for it if they got caught. It probably just ain't worth it.
I understand. And what do you do with the corpses once you're finished with them?
I don't bother myself with that. But one thing's for sure, after the séance they're good for nothing but chucking out. I ain't Napoleon's embalmer.
I can appreciate a man who's like, hey, I don't hack up my dollies. I just dress them and make them pretty. Make them look alive.
Well, if you'll excuse...
He's got a funny way of talking, you.
Oi, it's normal. He's a brain, you see. A thinker at that. Seize you round, old man.
So, Holmes, the corpses that have disappeared from the London hospital are used during séances. Nothing to do with organ trafficking.
Yes, it all suggests nothing of the kind is underway in London. In the medical world, all dealings would be visible, not to mention unnecessary. The crook we met confirmed this viewpoint. It's hard to imagine, therefore, that our Whitechapel killer perpetrated these massacres with the goal of selling the organs.
What lead should we follow now, Holmes?
Try to learn more about Tumblety. This squibby should give us some information, but first I must stop the journalist Tom Bulling from harming him. I hope my secret police will soon have some information on him. While we wait, Watson, I would ask you to inform your colleagues of your recent discoveries. It would be good if these morbid, ghostly spectacles stopped, and this will need to be done at the London hospital.
You are right, Holmes. Another false lead followed by the police, Holmes? Yesterday's Times says that a John Fitzgerald, who had claimed responsibility for the murder of Annie Chapman, has finally been released. He was, it says, lying.
That's of little importance, Watson.
It's incredible. It's been more than 3 weeks since the murderer struck, and the tension is as strong as ever. The The press won't stop talking about him, and people are still full of fear. Perhaps the killer got what he wanted, people talking about him, and has chosen to stop committing crimes. What do you think, Holmes?
I doubt it, Watson. Everything leads me to believe that he is in hiding and waiting for the right moment. The area is packed with police, and that would obviously hamper his work.
You think he will start again, Holmes?
I have every reason to believe nothing will stop him short of his arrest or his death. Sadly, our investigation has reached a dead end, and I fear that we'll need another victim to get back on track.
Yes, how awful. And what of the case of the burnt mat? Have you resolved that?
Oh, that's a matter of little interest, and resolving will be of no benefit, above all to Miss Fleming. Ha! I hear the footsteps of my faithful Wiggins on the stairs. The game is afoot again, Watson.
Mr. Holmes, the scribbler resurfaced. At last word, Pounce saw him racing to Central News Agency where he works.
Excellent, Wiggins. And still nothing on the doctor?
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. He's one sleek yank, but we'll find him.
Good work. Here's something for you. I
he
must
just
leave you, Watson. If I can get my hands on this bulling, I will have much more interesting news on the bothersome Tumblety. I have only to change. If you can, Watson, I entreat you to stay here and await my word. We may not be more than two when the time to act comes.
You can count on me, Holmes.
Why doesn't he just adopt the orphan children that live on the streets? You know, be like, hey, it's not much, but you know, you can sleep inside, away from the cold. But instead he's like, nah, be free, tiny children, live on the streets. Could feed them. I mean, he does pay them for their services, but it's like, you know, you could make a home. Where am I going? Ah, yes.
I must go to the Central News Agency. I am at the press agency where bullying works.
Oh, it's just the outside. I was like, building on fire? No, it's just outside.
The fire has almost gone out, but the stove is still burning hot.
Money? That looks like our guy.
A mirror. I would imagine these are compartments to organize the paper's incoming dispatches.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to search Bulling's desk before meeting him, but first I must get rid of this bothersome person, perhaps by offering him a scoop.
What do you want?
It would be very informative to... Good evening. I'm looking for Tom Bulling, the journalist.
He isn't here. He must be sleeping off somewhere. He gave me a tip. He wanted to save a scoop for me. He always gets a good dirt, and yet when he comes in here, it's just to warm his behind. Look, he pulled his desk over the stove.
Listen, Scoop, I'm bringing it over. Only if Bulling isn't here, I'm leaving.
Wait, what's this scoop?
Bulling promised me a reward for info. There's a charlatan who does spiritualist seances that are a little bit special. He steals corpses from the morgue, puts makeup on them, dresses them up, and then uses them as puppets.
I'll give you your dues. We'll pay you if this info is true.
I'll write down the address of the hideout on the crook's leaflet, but the police will be in on this one, so you better get there in time.
Understood. I'll go alone. Too bad for Bulling.
Hey, you wouldn't have a little something in advance?
Look on Bulling's desk. I know that he always leaves a few coins around for his snitches. Cheers.
Watson won't be pleased that I'm divulging the case, but I don't see any other way. This is Bulling's desk, the one closest to the stove. These are Bulling's notes. They are of little interest at the moment, but one never knows. A charred match. This may come in handy. Some coins. I will take them. That will avoid suspicion if the journalist returns.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Notes. I owe you. Fluff. Money.
The fire has almost gone out, but Bulling recently used the stove.
Oh my goodness. Mr. Moore, I have noticed that one of your employees, Thomas Bulling, arrived at the meeting in a state of inebriation. I must ask you to take care of your team's discipline. I know that you indulged this journalist given the explosive information that he manages to flesh out, but this behavior is unacceptable. It should not repeat itself, or I will hold you personally
Bulling's boss, Mr. Moore, seems to be protecting the journalist.
What information can I get on him? Well, I like the fan. Permit me to defend myself against the slanderous accusations brought against me. You were not lied to regarding the facts. Mr. Bulling spends all of his time in the most odious of pubs, but I am only doing my work as a journalist. It is during these outings that I can find the best information because I am thus in contact with the common man. Let me prove to you, dear boss, that I can bring to this agency what it deserves, the most extraordinary and the most stimulating information for...
Even handwriting, yet fairly recognizable.
Okay. Anything else?
I need more information.
What else is there?
Queen Victoria, to keep the journalists on their toes, I suppose.
What am I missing? What am I missing here? Let's see if I can find out. Did that. Did that. That did that. Okay. His contacts, the money, the rag, the crumpled letter. Oh, I have to use the stove.
A torn piece of blotting paper. Curious, curious. It looks like someone wanted to destroy this piece of blotting paper that had red ink on it. I can make out a few more letters, but backwards. I need something to help me.
Told to use the telephone.
A telephone, a device that enables you to talk with anyone in London, provided the receiver has a telephone too.
Okay. Let's see. Take that, take that, take that. Try to open. Go to the desk. Take the letter. Use the blotting paper on the mirror.
By putting this piece of blotting paper in front of the mirror, I can read what is written.
Information on the Whitechapel killer. Call by telephone WA.
Apparently, our journalist gets his information by telephone too. Sadly, the name is almost erased.
Okay. CC authentication. Do not hand over to the press without my invitation. Thank you for your collaboration and your discretion. We won't forget this, Inspector Aberlin.
Well, well, a piece of information about the murders transmitted exclusively to the police without informing the press. That has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps I should go to the police station to get more information.
Tom, about the letter, given the thanks... Oh, no. Given the thanks from Inspector Aberlin, I think that they took the bait. Even if they were defending themselves, think of the second. We must be ready if he kills again. Either way, we must keep up the correspondence, be responsive. This idea will save us. We will get the information firsthand, and we'll make history. But stay quiet and keep a low profile. I am not really in the know, and you will be the first one who gets it if there's trouble.
What does that mean? I have inspected everything, but there's no sign of Bulling. He must have dashed off to his HQ, the Wasp's Nest. However, before I go to see him, I should find out about this mysterious information. It could help me get something out of the journalist. To the police station, then.
Police station! I think I need to go
Let's go to the police station.
I need to eat something, or I need to just chug another soda, because I'm getting the sleepies.
Come, come. Back again, are we? Come this way, good man. The inspector has a few questions to ask you. Here is the man, Inspector.
Congratulations, Humphreys. So, my lad, one would say that you owe us a bit of an explanation for having left something with us. What is your full name and profession?
Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective.
Well, how about that?
Mr. Holmes, can you explain this get-up, your presence in the neighbourhood despite my instructions, as well as this most opportune restitution of jewels?
Firstly, I should tell you that not being under your command, I never understood what you said as an order, but rather as advice. I thought I would be wise to follow them to a certain extent. I intended to explain the stolen goods sooner or later. My presence here will allow me to fill you in on a few conclusions that...
If it is in regard to the Whitechapel murders, it won't help us much. We have no doubt that we will be revealing the identity of the murderer to the people in the area in a day or two.
I'm impressed, Inspector, and I offer you my sincerest congratulations. Nonetheless, you should investigate a certain doctor.
Listen, Holmes, let us do our work. You've rid us of a great pain in the rear end by finding those jewels for us. It's weeks of work that you've saved us. But I think you're a little underqualified for a case like that of Jack the Ripper. Until it's over, I demand that you do not set foot in the area. Is that clear?
I take note of your advice, Inspector. You mentioned Jack the Ripper. Pardon me, but you know the name of the murderer?
Oh, it's from a letter that the Central News Agency sent our way. It was written by the killer. And even if it can't be proven, it must be recognised that the signature is striking. This information is confidential, and I would ask you to keep it to yourself, Holmes.
Can I have a little look? Out of mere curiosity, Inspector. Then I shall disappear.
In that case, I don't see any objection.
Thank you so much.
So good. I'm down. Oh, I am down on. And I shan't quit. I'm assuming it's ripping them and not nipping them till I do get buckled. Grand work. The last job was. I gave the lady no time to squeal. How can they catch me now? I love my work and want to start again. You will soon hear of me with my funny little games. I saved some of the proper red stuff in a ginger beer bottle over the last job to write with, but it went thick like glue and I can't use it. Red ink is fit enough, I hope. Ha. The next job I do, I shall clip the lady's ears off and send to the police officers just for jolly. Wouldn't you? Keep this letter back till I do a bit more work, then give it out straight. My knife's so nice and sharp. I want to get to work right away if I get a chance. Good luck, yours truly, Jack the Ripper. Don't mind me giving the trade name. P.S. Wasn't good enough to post this before I got all the red ink off my hands. Curse it, no luck yet. They say I'm a doctor now. Ha ha. What?
Me? Not up to discovering who Jack the Ripper is? Well, we'll soon find out, won't we, Inspector Aberline? I know who wrote the Dear Boss letter signed Jack the Ripper that Inspector Aberline gave me, and above all, I now know why. This Tom Bulling was inspired by this fantastical character to build a myth out of the Whitechapel killer. Perhaps he would be receptive if I shared my discovery about him and prevent him from accusing Squippy. I must find him at once. My best bet will be to try my luck at the pub.
Oh, that explains why he was constantly writing.
Ah, Holmes, I got your message, and here I am.
Oh, we're just going in?
Perfect, Watson. That oaf Bluto is looking for us with evil intentions, and he may be hiding here. I will try to get more information inside. You, Watson, will be our lookout, and at the slightest suspicious sound, do not hesitate to call the constable on his rounds.
I am cold. Talk to me, buddy. Why are you writing fake letter?
Good evening, Mr. Bulling.
We know each other?
No, however, I have some information that may be of interest to you.
Talk, my friend. A pint for you if what you say is worth something. Does it have to do with the Whitechapel murders?
Indeed, I know the identity of the man who wrote a letter to the police, a letter entitled Dear Boss, in which the author claims to be the Whitechapel murderer and is signed Jack the Ripper.
What?
It's a journalist who is inspired by Spring-Heeled Jack in order to strengthen the credibility and the seriousness of his agency. This new Jack will give him some first-hand information that he, in turn, will dole out sparingly to the authorities, as well as some carefully distilled indiscretions that the big papers will come to beg of him. He plays both sides off against one another and becomes the chief orchestrator of the rumour. He wrote this letter in this very spot, and he has red ink on his fingers. Like you.
What exactly are you after, my friend?
You've been threatening a certain Squibby to distribute a telegram naming him as a possible suspect in these murders in revenge for an old feud. I would suggest you don't write this note, and that you leave Squibby alone.
I'd forgotten about the existence of that rapscallion. I threw that at him when I was visiting the station to get the dope. You should have seen his face.
You must also stop sending these letters that waste the authorities' precious time.
Right, well, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have a great relationship with the Bobbies. Just ask around. I don't have to answer to nobody. Now leave me alone.
Okay.
Farewell, sir.
Good riddance.
Anything else? Oh, he doesn't want to talk to me.
Yes, sir.
No? You want to talk to me?
Hey, you wouldn't be the gas man that Bluto's looking for.
Don't know him.
No.
No, if Bluto sees me, it could prove to be quite dangerous.
Okay. What's on?
Let's hurry to the police station, Watson. We are close to our goal. Squibby will be able to reveal what he knows about Tumblety. Squibby! So that's it. You're a free man again. We were just coming to the station to find you.
Yeah, the Bobbies agreed to let me go and I came to see Bluto before ferreting you out. So, you've seen the newspaper man?
Yes, he is in the pub and everything is taken care of, but I'm waiting to hear what you have to say about Dr. Tumblety.
Okay, well, we have to be quick. One night, I goes to see Bluto in his hideout that ain't far from the boarding house where this Tumblety bloke has a room. I see him coming in too. He must have been on one real binge. To the point, the Tumblety fella was there, and he smiles at me, all nice like. He tells me he's a great Yankee doctor, but my business interests him. I'm interested, I tell him, but I'm not the type to just jump right in without getting to know a person, see? He invites me around to his room to talk business, just him and me. We empty a bottle or two, and all of a sudden, like, he wants to show me what he's got in this big trunk that he always carts around places. I just about vomited, see? In these jars, just like pickles, you know, there were pieces of meat. And he whispers that it's the lady bits of some old dames. He called them peckymins. I call them love killers, I would. Yuck! After that, he starts to go on about rich folk. They ain't nothing but dogs, and I won't tell you the worst of it. Then he comes all close to me and puts his sweaty hand on my leg. He was one of them types, not me. I don't wait a second before I give him a good thrashing, and I start running and let go of him, and he still wants to see me again, just to talk business. But then I had to do time, so business.
Do you know where he can be found?
Why, ain't he in his digs? Maybe he got to liking life behind bars too. I heard that in some jobs, there's a way to.
Thank you for your information, and we'll meet again, my friend. Here is the sum I promised to get you out of London.
Ciao, fella. I've just got a little score to settle with Bluto, and I'm heading for the country.
Wrong pipe. What's happening?
Lipski!
What's happening? What's happening?
My dear Watson, we must strike while the iron is hot. We have avoided meeting Dr. Tumblety until now. The time has come to do so.
Do you have an opinion, Holmes?
We must assure ourselves that the factor collector of female organs and a murderer who removes said organs are resident in the same area at the same time is nothing more than coincidence.
I feel bad. Because it's Pride. And it's like, oh no, he's a bad man. And it's like, ugh. Dang it. I need more
I
good
thought
guys.
that you wouldn't bring me back your keys. Oh, it's you, Mr. Holmes. Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Indeed, it is I again. One of your tenants left without returning his keys?
Yes, it's Dr. Tumblety whom we spoke about. Shortly after your last visit here, some constables came and asked me a few questions regarding him. Barely had they left than the doctor came barreling around a street corner and rushed up into his room upstairs. A little while afterwards, while I was tidying, I heard a thud in his room and a rush down the stairs. He left with most of his bags, but without returning his keys. You can go up and see if you wish. The door is still open.
Okay.
Careful, Watson. Do not walk around here until I've inspected these marks.
I know, Holmes, I know. I understand your methods. Ah, you have your rule and magnifying glass. I thought that you had forgotten them, Holmes.
I never forget the essentials, my dear Watson. Size 13. Right foot, light trails. The man was running.
See? It's always good to carry a tape measure around. You never know when you'll need it.
I'm missing some information.
Oh, is there more?
Ah, you have your rule and...
I never forget the essentials. This isn't water. Going by its sticky texture and odor, I'd say we're dealing with formalin. These are the footprints of a tall man who had recently stepped in formalin and who left this room in a hurry.
Well, can I walk on it and enter the room now, Holmes?
There are a few pieces of a large glass jar in this puddle. The man who left the footprints on the ground must have walked in it while fleeing.
No, next to it, Holmes. Holmes! Holmes, are you not going to talk about the uterus on the floor? Do not understand how you found yourself in this situation. Your passionate discussions on the legitimacy of this war should have convinced more than one. I still remember when you intimidated him during that meeting. You struck that very characteristic pose and you exclaimed, "Vicksburg is the key. The war can never be brought to a close until that key is in our pocket." We all applauded. I am sure that even Lincoln himself would have applauded. During these dark hours, it was rare to have the occasion to laugh. So many deaths, ending with our much-loved president, killed by this coward and left to join those of the victory at Gettysburg, who courageously fell so that the next day the key would be in our pocket.
If this letter is addressed to him, it would appear our doctor is a veteran of the American Civil War. Vicksburg is the key. Now, that is interesting.
Interesting, okay.
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe. These brackets are rather unusual. What do you think, Watson?
Let's see, Holmes. These are the names of the battles from the American Civil War.
I don't know American history. Like, I know the very, very basics. Okay, I imagine...
Let's see. 5 latches, each fitted with a 6-number combination system.
Oh. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know what any of this means! Okay, so Lincoln, United States. The hats represent people. These represent places. Well, I know Gettysburg is in America. Or I can't select America. God. Dear friends, it is impossible for us to meet again. Danger. What? Life of love? What? What? I must return to that life of love, fleeting and physical, in which a few coins to these young men assures corporal peace and anonymity. Oh, not friends, dear Francis. Huh? These growing feelings that I have for you make me scared, and I would prefer to shun this passion for the fear that it may never leave me. Perhaps we shall cross paths again one day in a discreet location where like-minded men meet. I know that you frequent them regularly. You never hide yourself. For my part, I will spend more time with my wife and girls in order to find the serenity, and I hope to throw the veil of oblivion over our passionate embraces. All the best, Charles. They had a moment, but then he said nah. My dear Francis, it is putting aside our common past and thus as a friend that I'm sending you these words. I have learned from some mutual friends of your recent trouble with the law. You should be more careful. England has nothing in common with the Wild West, but her seedy areas can be just as dangerous. Your attraction to young rogues will cost you dearly one of these days, whether it be at the end of an alley or on the benches of a jury. A man of your quality and fortune does not have to frequent the hovels and bring his pistol with him everywhere. It is not necessary to use violence to find partners, unless this violence pleases you. Certain circles that we used to frequent are still open to you. Take advantage of this healthy and respectable company rather than demeaning yourself with these destitute lads. And pray get rid of that god-awful chest. Who knows what the people to whom you show while bragging must think and speak of it. The man you once loved, Henry. Oh my god, Henry straight up said, we used to frequent, safe BDSM circles, because some people like to get spanked. Not everybody likes to get spanked. And he's like, bro, if you just want the violence, you can find, a partner that's, into that. That does exist. We still have our friends that we can frequent. But you don't have to go into a dark alley with some stranger with your gun. They might have a gun. They might rob you. So it's okay, he just wants them to practice safe horizontals. Just, maybe vertical now that I think about it. Just safeness. He just wants them to practice safety. And he's worried about him. Oh my god, Francis.
This Dr. Tumblety seems to be attracted to men more than women. That much is clear. So, the doctor has a handgun, and he would use it to restrain young men, perhaps.
So he murders women and assaults men. It's not a good guy. Not a good guy. Also, the fact that Henry knows what's in your chest, that's telling. Is there anything here that can give me a hint on how to solve this trunk besides just guessing?
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe.
Okay. Click the footprint. There's footprints in front of you. I thought I clicked them.
These footprints are the same as those found in front of the door. These footsteps must be those of Squibby. He must have hit Tumblety, who dropped one of his jars.
And he ran out. Elementary, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson.
Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Just yeah. I think I'm just supposed to solve it.
Going by its size, this enormous trunk must be a wardrobe.
Right, safe cake sharing. Henry straight up was like, you can have the cake, just be safe about it. Be safe with your cake. Alright, lock on the trunk. See the names of American Civil War battles, flags, and uniforms. At the bottom are dates. The aim of the puzzle is to enter the dates of the battles on the left side, the location of the battle, the flags, and victor of that battle. When the correct date, flag, and uniform are entered, the bar at the right is pulled back. Okay, well, in theory, I imagine it would be numerical order, right? Wait, this is 65. Fuck. I don't know. Hold on. Is there a date on the document for the whole Berg thing? There's no date, damn it.
going by its size...
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think. You're playing this game when it first comes out. Do you just, like, hold on, let me go look up when the Battle of Fort Sumter was and who won and the flag? So I was thinking, like, oh, numerical order, but then I see the last one is 65, and I see a 71. I was just gonna be like, oh, 61, 62. Oh, there's 6 dates here. But there's only 5 combinations. God.
I am under the impression that the dates written correspond to the battles, Holmes, but one is missing.
One is missing. Don't know who won what. Okay. All right. The dates are chronological order and are taken from the dates at the bottom. The clue mentioned is Vicksburg is the key. Day the garrison finally surrendered is on July 4th. Oh. Wait. July 4th? But none of these are July 4th. February, March, April, May, June, July. 7. Oh, it's month, day, year. Okay. It's day, month, year. Sorry, it's day, month, year. I was thinking in American. Well, the closest one is this one, so... I gotta go back to 7. And then 63. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I didn't do them all. Did I do it wrong? I feel like I did it wrong. Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna just Google it. Because the guide does not tell me the answers. Because there used to be a picture. The picture's not there. So. Does anyone happen to know American Civil War history? I say as I talk to people from Canada and England and everywhere but. Okay, Vicksburg. Vicksburg battle. How would I even find out the uniforms and the flag? I just thought it was all a American-y flag. American-y flag? Don't listen to me. Estimated casualties. Holy Christ, 37,000 people. Well, 37,273. I'm just gonna type in Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. The Whipper? And I guess just what? Vicksburg, maybe? Vicksburg? Yeah, I'd have to Google this too, right? Alright, let's see. Whitechapel, Knight 29 out of 30. What? Wait, are we close to the end? Oh, I was looking at these screenshots and I was like, where are they? And I was like, oh, they're using third person. Okay, Vicksburg 4-7. What? But it says 3-7. 63. Oh. Oh. We fought at Gettysburg. And then the next day we're like, we're victorious. Okay. And... oh, we got the right hat. I just needed the right flag. And date. Alright, Gettysburg. The green hat. No, come back. Alright. Chancellorsville. 2563. Okay, so that's that one. I don't know how I would have gotten the Vicksburg one, because I would have been like, none of these dates match. Alright. Chance? Oh, we got the right hat! No, we don't have the right hat. Ah, it's the other brown hat. There we go. Okay. This is the blue cap. And then I need a gray cap. And yours... I don't like it. I don't want to look at it. Alright. Antonym. 17.9. No, God damn it, Nina. Just trying to turn the things. Alright, 7. 9. Oop. Let's be 0. 9. 6. 2. And then Fort Sumner's 12. 4. 61.
Elementary.
Yeah, no, it's not. Oh, and the texture's broke. What's inside? What's inside?
This is dreadful, Holmes. This trunk contains 4 jars in which organs are floating.
Watson, can you tell me at a glance what these organs are?
I would say that they are parts of female reproductive organs.
Are these specimens fresh?
No, and I am quite certain of it. From the colour and appearance, I'd say these organs have been in these jars for several months, if not years.
Let's go to Baker Street.
Yeah, it's supposed to look like that.
Here?
Yes.
What's going on, Finley? You seem to be in a panic.
The 2 police officers wanted to know if someone suspicious had entered here. The Whitechapel killer has struck again, and if I understood correctly, he killed 2 women in the past few hours.
Where?
I don't know. The police didn't tell me anything.
Quick, Holmes. We must catch up with them.
Certainly not, Watson. Mr. Finley, do you know if the doctor had any other pieces of luggage up there apart from this trunk?
1 or 2, I think.
Do you take care of the doctor's laundry?
My wife does laundry for the tenants once a week. The sheets likewise.
Would you be kind enough to let us know as soon as possible if the doctor shows up again?
Certainly. I'm just worried that he won't be back, you see, and I'm annoyed about my keys.
Holmes, I don't follow. The Whitechapel killer is, at this very moment, very close by, and we are just staying put, twiddling our thumbs.
The Whitechapel killer has always been nearby, and what will we do? Go back to the scene of the crime or crimes and mix with the onlookers and trample the crime scenes even more? No, our time will come. Let's return to Baker Street.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home. We were less than 200 feet away from the first victim a few minutes before she was murdered. We might even have heard the murderer's voice. And we haven't done a thing for the past week.
You're the one not doing anything, Watson. For my part, I had been working, and as you know, I've made good use of this week by tracking down and verifying all of the solid facts on these 2 murders to write up the notes that are on my desk, read them over again and try to gain a bit of perspective.
Oh, some of my frills are coming undone. Sadness. Note on the murder of Liz Stride at Dartfield's Yard. Must be verified nickname, Long Liz. Height, 5'5". She was itty bitty. Occasional prostitute. She was just occasionally a prostitute. You know, just something she did on the weekends for a little extra cash. She lived for the past 3 years in a stormy relationship with a certain Kidney, a waterside laborer, 36 years of age. Oh! It's almost a 10-year difference, whom she left a few days earlier. She charged him with assault, but failed to appear in court, and the case was thrown out. Ah, shit. The victim was discovered dead by one Louis Deemschutz, 1 o'clock in the morning on September. The man's first thought was to verify if his wife in the building next door was still alive before sounding the alarm. The 2 doctors who came at the police request the scene of the crime in the moments after the discovery of the corpse, with the time of death after 12:46. Cause of death, hemorrhage due to a throat injury. The weapon was a small knife with a large, blunt edge. The verification of this statement is necessary. Could this wound have been caused by another tool? Neither the body nor the clothes were damaged, soiled, or disturbed by the killer. The right hand was open, stained with blood, and resting on the chest. The left hand was on the ground, partially closed, holding a packet of pastils. The location of the discovery was a courtyard called Dartfield's Yard, whose doors led into Burner Street in Whitechapel. The victim was found stretched out on the ground a few inches from the wall of one of the buildings served by this courtyard, the International Working Men's Club. The association, composed mainly of Jews originally from Russia and Poland, were organizing a conference that night on the subject, "Why should Jews be socialists?" Presided by Mr. Morris England, the meeting ended around 11:30, but many members remained to debate and sing within the premise of the association. An American present that evening declared to have been in the courtyard at 12:20 and went into the street and didn't see anything unusual. He then returned back inside the club, but his estimation of time spent outside is approximate at best. 2 witnesses were quoted by the press, Constable Smith, who was doing his rounds in the area on the night in question, and a Hungarian by the name of Schwarz, who made a statement at the police station accompanied by an interpreter because he does not speak English. The transcription of these statements by the press should be treated with caution. It would be advisable, if at all possible, to consult the exact content. Observe the clothing worn by the victim as well as her possession at the time of the discovery of the body. Clothing: long black cloth jacket, fur trimmed around the bottom with a red rose and white maiden hair, fern pinned to it, black shirt, black crepe bonnet, checked neck scarf knotted on left side, dark brown velveteen bodice, 2 light serge petticoats. Velveteen? Oh, that must have been so soft. Sucks that she's dead, but ooh. 1 white cashmere, white stockings, spring-sided boots, 2 handkerchiefs. One is noticed to have fruit stains on it, a thimble, a piece of wool wound around a card. In the pocket in her underskirt, a key, a small piece of lead pencil, 6 large and 1 small button, a comb, a broken piece of comb, a metal spoon, a hook as from a dress, a piece of music, 1 or 2 small pieces of paper. She just had a whole bunch of stuff in her pockets. Get good, Watson. Don't be mean to my Watson. He's trying his best. And then the murder of Catherine was 46. She was just 5 feet. She was also an occasional prostitute. Hi, Cass. You're fine. Regular relationship for 7 years with one John Kelly, a man of no regular employment and about the same age as the victim. He's found dead. He was on his rounds. He secured the area. Arrived at the scene, the victim had just been dead for half an hour. Unlikely, but we know from experience how hard it is to precisely establish the time of death when the corpse has been very mistreated. Oh, excuse me, very mistreated. Cause of death, hemorrhage due to a throat wound. The medical examiner also confirmed that additionally, the extractions committed on the corpse were done post-mortem by a right-handed man possessing a long bladed knife. Why does it sound like 2 people did this? The victim was subject to numerous mutilations. The victim was found stretched out in a dark corner of the square, a notorious meeting spot for prostitutes and their clients because of its remote, poorly lit location. It should be noted that the victim was freed from the street police drunk tank at 1 in the morning. Was visited at 1:30, coming from there. P.C. Harvey coming from the church passage. They didn't see anything suspicious in there, but it should be noted that Harvey didn't enter into the square, unlike P.C. Watkins. The watchman who came to lend a hand to Watkins at the time of the discovery of the body had been awoken during the time of the crime. His door is located a few feet from the spot where the victim was dying and didn't hear anything until the police's call. Oh, he's gonna have such guilt. Firstly, we must note that the clothing worn by Catherine are very characteristic. I think in particular, the patterned green chintz skirt as well as the white men's vest. A few of her possessions, including the thimble, were found around the corpse. The white apron was found on the corpse with the part missing, thus the missing part, previously re-sewn, thus ensuring authenticity, was found the night of the murder, who states that the object wasn't there at his setting patrol. The piece of bloody apron was found in the entrance hall leading to the stairs. At the right of the entrance, just above the apron, was found the following inscription in chalk. The jaws are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. What? Wait, why do we go from an A to an E? Jows? Are not the men that would be blamed for nothing. What? We go from Jows to Jews. What? The Wentworth model dwellings building being almost exclusively occupied by Israelites and Woolston Street being the site of a very popular mock frequently market, he decided to erase the inscription before the day before. Oh, before the day broke. I was like, erase the day before. Kate Anning's belongings wearing at the time of her murder. Black straw bonnet trimmed in green and black velvet with black beads, black strings. Black, everything is black. Worn tied to the head, black cloth jacket trimmed around the collar and cuffs with imitation fur and around the pockets in black silk braid and fur, large metal buttons. Dark green skirt, 3 flounces. Brown button on waistband. The shirt is patterned with Michaelmas daisies and golden lilies. Man's white vest, matching buttons down front. Brown linsey bodice, black velvet collar with brown buttons down front. Gray staffed petticoat with white waistband. Very old green alpaca skirt, worn as undergarment. Very old ragged blue skirt with red flounces. Light twill lining, worn as undergarment. White calico camis. I can't read anymore. The cursive's getting to me. Pair of men's lace-up boots, mohair laces. Right boot repaired with red thread. 1 piece of red gauze silk worn as a neckerchief. 1 large white pocket handkerchief. 1 large white cotton handkerchief with red and white bird's eyes border. 2 unbleached calico pockets, tape strings, 1 blue striped bed tickling pocket. Ticking pocket? Brown ribbed knee stockings darkened with white cotton. Possessions: 2 small blue bags, 2 short black clay pipes, 1 tin box containing tea, 1 tin box containing sugar, 1 tin matchbox empty, 12 pieces white rag, 1 piece coarse linen white, 1 piece of blue and white shirting, 3 cornered, 1 piece red flannel with pins and needles, 6 pieces of soap, 1 small tooth comb, 1 white handled table knife, 1 metal spoon, 1 red leather cigarette case with white metal fittings, 1 ball hemp, 1 piece of old white apron with repair, several buttons and a thimble, mustard tin containing 2 pawn tickets, 1 in the name of Emily Barrow, 52 Whites Road, dated for a man's flannel shirt, the other is in the name of Jane Kelly of 6 Dorset Street, dated for a pair of men's boots. Both addresses are false. Printed handbill, portion of a pair of spectacles, 1 red mitten. Why do they have so many where do they keep all this? Where do they keep all these pockets?
5'2", eyes of blue, but oh, what those 5 foot could do. Has anybody seen my girl?
Black coat, white shoes, black hat, Cadillac. Yeah, the boy's a tie pop. Ooh, hi Vince. Heck yeah, as you can see.
I have read and reread them. But give me something to do then. A task where I can get stuck in, because...
Yes.
Find me a slaughterhouse that
Guess
will
how I
give us
fixed
the
it.
exclusive use of its block for an hour. And find me, in your opinion, which common animal shares the most characteristics with humans from a physiological point of view?
Pig?
I don't even know why I asked that question. Pray, find a dozen fresh pig's heads, Watson. Not big heads, I prefer small ones.
Sows?
That's it, Watson. As soon as you have done that, let me know. I request that you search in Whitechapel. Who knows, perhaps you will learn something about where Dr. Tumblety may be hiding. There is also no shortage of slaughterhouses and pig's heads in those parts.
But guess how I fixed it, Vince? And I'm so mad, because as soon as I looked up those specific words, suddenly all the forums were like, oh, this is the first thing you should do if you notice your alerts are acting up. And I was like, none of the other forums mentioned this. So, where do I go find a slaughterhouse? Have I even... Would the pet shop guy know?
What a ridiculous idea to have asked Holmes for something to do. Where on earth am I going to find what he wants? Perhaps that kind Lucy will be able to help me.
Is Lucy the brothel or is she the bar?
I must go to Miss Bella's.
Brothel.
Good evening, Lucy. But is something wrong?
Good evening, Dr. Watson. Yes, it's my uncle. He's no longer with us.
Please accept my condolences, miss.
Thank you, Doctor. But why are you here? Can I help you?
So do you know where a slaughterhouse is?
My request may sound rather strange, but do you know if there is a butcher's or slaughterhouse in the area where pigs are killed?
Yes, Fletcher's the man. He was a regular client, owner of a little butcher's shop not far. But Miss Bella didn't want him to come, as long as he didn't treat his awful sickness.
Can you point to his shop on my map?
Certainly.
Do you know anything about the 2 latest murders?
Oh, goodness me, no. All the girls in the neighbourhood are terrified. Who will be next? That's what everyone is asking.
Vincent, sound engineer, like us.
Goodbye, Lucy.
Until next time, perhaps, Doctor.
Okay, where on my map? See anybody?
Ah, there's Fletcher's butcher shop. Closed due to illness. If the proprietor is ill, the butcher's block is probably not being used. Perhaps I can use it. Now, where could a sick butcher have got to?
The clinic?
Yes, if Fletcher is ill, he should be here.
What's up, my man?
Good evening, Dr. Watson.
Good evening, Dr. Gibbons. I have come to see you because I was wondering if, by any chance, you happen to have a patient by the name of Fletcher, a butcher who would have relinquished his shop due to illness. An illness caught during nocturnal encounters, if you catch my drift.
Fletcher is one of the regulars at the clinic. Mercury treatment against syphilis. A night with Venus, a lifetime with Mercury. He left London a fortnight ago for the fresh country air. Why is he of interest to you?
Oh, no reason. I'm more interested in using his shop, only for an hour or so. Would he have left his keys with family in the area?
He has none left, but he must have left Hardiman, the cat's meat seller, to oversee his shop. They're in business. They're good friends.
Do you know where he can be found?
No, but wander around the neighbourhood and listen for his beep beeps. He often passes in front of the clinic. Besides...
So I just wanted to look it up because we keep mentioning mercury, and I'm just like, is that actually how we treat it? No, it's penicillin. Penicillin. We treat syphilis with penicillin. Do not use mercury. Don't do it. Oh, look! Oh. Danny, you're not mad at me about the cats, are you? Hi, Danny!
It's me that you're looking for, sweetheart.
You're not mad about the cats, are you?
Actually, no. I am looking for the cat food seller, Hardiman.
Hardiman? Poor Hardiman? It isn't quitting time for him yet. That gives me some time to wander the streets before he shows up, and with him all the cats hereabouts.
Do you know where he lives?
Sure, and for a copper I might even tell you.
Here are a few coins.
You're too kind, Governor. Well, these days I knows that he lives with his mammy on Hanbury Street, in the same place where Dark Annie bled to death.
Back there.
Why did you call him poor Hardiman?
Bah, he's in grieving, of course. Just a few weeks ago he lost his wife, and 3 months before that his girl, poor fella. He was in tatters. Even came to cry on my shoulder, believe it or not.
Well, I must leave you. I must go to Hanbury Street.
Okay. Street, I believe, is... over here. Oh God, what's blocking me?
Bucks Row.
Isn't this where Dark Annie got murdered? Are they talking about the second girl?
I have no reason to go that way.
If we're talking about the second girl... God, where was she murdered? She could read these street names. Alright, so I went exploring this way. Don't think he's over here. What street am I on? Oh! Freaking zoomed out of here. Oh. Now, hold on. Where'd
I have no reason to go that way.
Where'd it go? So fast. Okay, where am I going? I am the lost. Yeah, never mind. It's okay. Don't worry. I asked Vince a question. I don't know if he's actually trying to look up how I solved it or if he's just like, nah, I'm just gonna wait for the answer. Alright, did that. Did the butcher shop, did the clinic, did Big Danny. Hanbury Street. And the London map. Oh, like actually go out? Oh, like actually go out. Okay.
This is the building in which poor Annie Chapman was killed.
Beep beep.
Yeah, so we're looking for the second girl. What up, man? Like the fact that that's your job. You sell cat food. That's you.
Beep beep.
Love him.
Hello, are you Mr. Hardiman?
That's me.
I am Dr. Watson. I have come to see you about Fletcher's shop. I would like to use it for an hour or two, if you have the keys and your rates are reasonable.
Do you want to operate on someone in the butcher's?
Not at all. One of my friends needs it to prepare pig's heads.
Well, why not? Fletcher certainly wouldn't mind, but there's a problem.
A problem? How so?
This morning, the neighbour above broke his key in the door. The old boy must have already had a drink.
So?
Well, I tried my best to unjam it with Fletcher's spare key, which is pretty thin, and bam, that one broke too.
Hard luck. But if you have the end of the broken key, perhaps it can be fixed.
It must still be upstairs. I didn't pick it up. Fletcher has a key too, so I didn't think it was a problem. Fancy if I just had another key with a simpler blade, I could copy it. I'm great at odd jobs.
Fine, I will try to find all of that. Well, see you later then.
Goodbye, sir.
Oh, did we ever go upstairs? I don't think we ever went upstairs.
Oh, no. But what a... Oh, how dreadful.
Now I want to know too.
My word. These are innards. Kebabs, the same as Hardiman's. So he prepares his meat here. This bag contains butcher's equipment.
Question. What does he make the kebabs out of?
Where can I find a key with a simpler blade? On a worthless door, perhaps.
What if it's cats? What if the kebabs are made out of cats? Nope, can't go down there.
This key was left inadvertently. Indeed, there is nothing terribly precious inside. But what a stench!
Oh! Oh no, I did it again. God dang it. I'm also gonna save. This is a good chance to save, but 2 seconds. Gotta be careful with my mouse wheels. I accidentally scrolled up through chat and I was like, no! Alright, so I have the keys. I imagine I go back? Right? I go back? Like that. Oh, I give it to Hardiman. I thought I had to go back to the butcher's shop and just assemble it there. Nope, I give it to Hardiman. He did say he was good at odd jobs.
I have nothing to ask.
Rude.
Have you found everything I need to remake the key?
There you go. I think you'll manage with all of this.
I'm sure I will, sir. It won't take me long.
Say, I think there's some of your business upstairs.
Oh, you're right. I ain't had the time to sort it out. Sometimes I'm in such a hurry to prepare my meat that I forget to clean up.
But why do it in the stairwell?
Offal bleeds bucket loads, they do, as you've seen. Now, why would I do that in my own lodgings?
Ah, of course. But what about your poor neighbours?
They owe it to me, all the times I've helped them out. And I don't have a shop either.
This combo is one big innuendo. I was like, I feel like I said at the beginning of stream, but just in case. I was waiting for Vince to reply. To be like, but it's fine. I pretty much clicked off the browser source hardware acceleration. That's what I did to fix my alerts. Don't know why, but during one of the updates, I'm guessing it got clicked on, and that's when it started acting up.
Say, you sell animal meat, isn't that right? Would you know where I could find a dozen small pig's heads?
The guy who gets me my offal should have some.
I'll pay your day's wages if you meet me at Fletcher's butcher shop in 2 hours with the pig's heads. Here's a little advance.
I'll do my best, Doctor.
The caretaker of another building told us that the place where your mother lives has a reputation for facilitating prostitutes' activities. Is that true?
Sure, the doors are never closed. They come through here like it's Paddington Station.
By the way, I heard about your loss. My condolences.
Ta, sir. I saw them die slow deaths. My little girl, her face was eaten by the disease.
Thank you, my friend, and please forgive me for bringing up such painful memories.
Go, I must do my rounds, and I will look for what you've asked for.
As for me, I will go and find Holmes, and we will go to the butcher's together. Let's return to Fletcher's butcher shop.
Watson.
Your heads are on the block inside. Say, you wouldn't be the same chap who bought my whole load the other day.
It's possible, but if you want to continue to do business together, you mustn't speak of my presence in the area to anyone.
Don't worry, my lord. I'll be as quiet as a church mouse.
I can never hear this word again without just context and giggling. Just be like, yeah, I bought your whole load yesterday. It's so bad. It's so bad. Don't look at me like that, Watson. He said it, not me.
Holmes, will you explain the reason and rhyme behind this masquerade?
Elementary. We shall conduct an experiment that will allow us to answer a simple question. Does the type of weapon used by the killer correspond to a specific profession?
Possibly? Nina, hey! He said it, and it's true. I bought his whole load of kebabs for the cats. Just repeating what he said. He just left off the kebabs part.
And here are our sow's heads. Congratulations, Watson.
You're welcome, Holmes, but what do you really want to do? Take up a collection?
Shh. I was about to say something excessively naughty. It's this game, man.
There is nothing further to find in this room, Watson. However, I need some knives. Our only hope is behind this door. There is nothing further to find in this room.
Okay.
I need something.
Oh, we need a chain? No. I was kidding about the chain. Wait, do I really?
I need something.
This is a sliding door.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Okay. There we go. That explains that. I was like, just slide it. Alright. What am I missing? Uh-huh. Oh, the pocket knife. Oh, yes, because I would just knife that open.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Well, you have the safety of Chatterdubbo. I just, you know, if you don't want me to read it out loud, or if I start to read it and I'm like, oh, that's naughty, I might just stop.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
Okay.
This wheel is broken and prevents the door from sliding.
I'm trying to put the wheel. Use the pocket knife. Move the hook to replace where the top wheel was.
There. This door is slightly raised.
Okay. Now, pop it off.
Elementary.
Slippity slide.
While I prepare our experiment, could you find me 2 knives? A small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife, with a large, sharp blade. We'll need it to separate the bones and to cut through the thick skins. Then find me a long knife that's at least 13 inches long, no shorter, that's sharp and has a thick blade.
Fine, Holmes, but I'd like to tell you about Hardiman. Do you know that he prepares his kebabs himself, and...
That he owns butcher's tools and uses offal? That's obvious, Watson. Pray, take my magnifying glass and my rule and get started, Watson. Find me these 2 knives.
It's a big-ass knife. Also, what is an offal? I'd rather not say it in chat. Oh my god. What is an offal? I know it's a food, but what is it? The entrails, internal organs of an animal used as food. Refuse or waste material, decomposing animal flesh. Oh! Okay, generally just organs of animals is the consensus. Got it, okay. Learning so much. Alright, I need a little knife and a big knife. Oh, dear God. Well, this
With
looks
the rule, I must find...
13.
Size, 13 inches.
Okay, and this one?
Size, 11. Thanks to the magnifying glass. Large size. Large size.
Okay. Here one. And then what was the size for the other one? Alright. Okay. Small one, somewhat larger than a pocket knife with a large, sharp blade. Okay, so like a knife. Was that the right one? I don't think that was the right one. Nina thinks that's too small. Yow! No, I don't. No. Butcher's knife. I feel like it'd be a butcher's knife. Okay. Can I put this back? Alright, I want to look at these. Look. Look.
Fragments of cartilage.
Okay, so that tells me...
Large size. Fragments of cartilage.
Okay, but he said pocket knife, so you probably... You have cartilage, so... You've done the snip-snips.
Here are the knives you asked for. Be careful, they're awfully sharp. Holmes, I must say that this experiment is making me rather uneasy, comparing animal heads to these poor women.
You're right, Watson, but this somewhat shocking experiment may help to end this massacre and save other victims, you can be sure of that. Look, these pigs' heads are still bloody, which will suit our experiment perfectly. I have a pocket knife and a scalpel with me. With the 2 knives you just brought me, we have a similar array of weapons as those probably used by the killer. We saw 3 types of throat wounds on the deceased attributed to this man, those intended to slit the throat, those intended to decapitate, and the more superficial yet mortal wound that led to the death of the unfortunate victim in Dutfield's yard, Miss Stride. With the help of these 4 knives, we are going to try to recreate these wounds on the pigs' heads and see what we can establish about the weapon or weapons used. We may also be able to rule out Miss Stride as a victim of the killer of the other 3.
I feel bad that we're talking about this right now with like a bunch of pig heads in front of us, but I was like, cover your ears if you don't want to hear this. Time for a little sex ed class. Just so, because I know much as there's a culture of like women have to be skinny and have to do this and look like this and like all this like just freaking beauty nonsense, there is still also the culture for men where it's like your schwanz has to be a certain way and this long and this big and girth and it's just like guys to get uber technical here, the canal when it's not experiencing joy is usually 2 to 4 inches. Small hallway. All right? But when the canal is experiencing joy, it can, it expands itself. It accommodates its guest to 4 to 8 inches. So if you're like, oh no, I don't have the crazy, 10 inches, you're fine. You're fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. You'll be okay. I was like, I know we're joking, but I'm like, there are people out there. And, it's like, it's in the back of your mind. Like, I know in the back of my mind, I'm like, I will never have nice pillows for my friends where they can rest their weary heads and be like, it's like a dream. Because I have slept on some of those, and oh my god, it's amazing. Where you're just like, it's so soft, like a cloud. I don't have that, and that makes me sad. Like, you can, rest, like, a cheek, and then you're like, okay, it's fine for, 30 seconds, but this is not, like, you know what I mean? People who have just nuzzled them. It's a gift from the gods. So it's like, let us just praise all shapes and sizes. Why 10? I'm just going based off a number that's bigger than 8. Because most people are like, oh, you got it, me. And it's like, no, doesn't matter. Mildly deviating from, educational talk to joke talk, it's, sure, it could be 10, but, it could be pencil thin. It's not fun. Unless you're into that. Some people like that, and that's fine. Now, let us cut these pig heads open. Sex ed talk done. That's so funny. All right. Identification of the crime weapon or weapons. Select the right knife or knives. This is a lot of knives. How do I pick my knife? I'm trying to pick my right knife. Clicking the boxes? No. Look at the boxes. What do I need to do? With the help of your 4 knives, try to reproduce, and on the 3 pig heads, the wounds indicated by Sherlock Holmes, and determine which type of weapons were used by Jack the Ripper. Click on a pig's head to get a close-up image. Once you've selected one of the several knives for each wound, select 1 or more knives and place them in the crime weapon selection. So, click.
Let's try to use these weapons on this head to obtain a large deep wound to the throat, like those that were noted on 3 of the 4 victims.
Okay. This. Okay, and then what am I clicking? Ooh.
This pocket knife is very sharp, but its blade is too thin.
So it's not that. Where? I don't know.
This little knife is very sharp and has a very wide blade.
I don't think so. What about this one? Yeah, no.
The wound is too shallow.
This thing? Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's this guy.
Look, Watson, this knife easily penetrates the flesh.
Say this one. Right? Take the knife, inflict the wounds. Do this to all the knives. Select the knives that fit the requirements.
Elementary.
It's 1 and 4. You have time for 2 knives? Alright, so if I go close. So experiment
Let's
2.
try to decapitate our victim with these tools, knowing that the killer didn't quite manage to do it.
Charming.
Ooh. Ooh, that's a nice one.
Look, Watson, this little knife with a wide base can easily slice the vertebrae of our porcine friend. Look, Watson, this little knife... The blade of this pocket knife is too thin to reach the vertebrae.
I don't think this is a scalpel.
With a scalpel, the wound is too shallow.
Yeah.
This knife with a long blade easily slices the flesh, but cannot dislocate the vertebrae.
Oh! What? 2, 3, and 4?
Elementary.
Knowing that the killer didn't manage to. I would have thought just 1 and 4. Because it couldn't do it. Well, I guess that's the idea. Like, he tried to cut her head off, but he couldn't do it. So it's like, which of these blades is not good?
Let's see if these knives can inflict a mortal wound in a situation where a single quick blow is given. The scenario in question is that of Dutfield's yard.
Okay, yeah, so she just got, like, a straight...
Look, Watson, the blade sinks easily into the flesh.
I want to say so, because, like, it has that, that taper effect. Yeah, no
In
taper.
using the cutting edge of this pocket knife's blade, I can scrape the skin. This particularly sharp blade can make a deep gash with one quick slice.
That's true.
It cuts through the flesh easily as the blade is so sharp.
1, 2, 4? Okay, yeah, so 1 is throat slit, 2 is attempt at decapitation, 3 is superficial wound. That's a superficial wound? You got your mind. Oh yeah, 1, 3, 4. Look at us go. I understood the assignment. Ah! But it lies. Click knife, 1, 3, and 4. Sorry, I lied.
Elementary.
I can't count, apparently. Okay. So I just...
No, Watson.
What? Oh, which were the knives all used in? This guy.
That's it, Watson. The big knife. With respect to the opinion of the medical examiners who noted that a butcher's knife with a long blade would have caused the eviscerations on some of the victims, we can assume, Watson, that he only used this type of weapon as it is capable of inflicting all of the wounds displayed. Furthermore, the Dutfield's Yard murder remains attributable, for the moment, to the Whitechapel killer, if we are able to explain why the murderer used his knife in a different manner. Why not go there now? We will try to reenact the killer's actions that night. Our first objective will be to clarify, one way or another, the statements of Constable Smith, as well as this Hungarian by the name of Schwartz. We must also try to find out more about the International Working Men's Educational Club, underneath which the murder took place, perhaps at the Wasp's Nest.
Yes, let's go to Dutfield's Yard or wherever, but quickly. I am in urgent need of fresh air.
You don't
Let's
like
go to the Wasp's Nest.
You don't like the smell of copper? I read your message. Not that it's spicy, it's more of just telling on you, which I'm like, self-deprecation humor, I guess. Also, in today's news, thousands of dead fish wash up on Texas coast. Beachers urged to steer clear. Is this the actual image from there? Yep, dead Menhaden fish washed up on the shores of the upper Texas Gulf Coast on Friday. Look at them all. Look at all those fishies. That's all fish. That's wild, bro. Let's save. Bar.
Don't forget the Bluto may still be hiding here. I will try to find out more inside. You, Watson, must intercept the policeman on his rounds. Given the hour and a bit of luck, it will be Smith. Try to get some information from him.
Understood, Holmes.
Please update your delivery address. I'm trying. Crap.
Hello.
I know you. You're Squibby's guardian angel. You weren't dressed the same last time, but I don't forget a face. No hard feelings, huh? Join me in a glass?
Sure.
Your Jack the Ripper is on everyone's lips and written in all of the papers. You must be awfully proud of yourself. You have skill, that's for certain. It's a shame you use it to mask rather than discover the truth.
Let me reread it.
You better believe that I'm going to find out who it is. I got a hold of old Schwartz's interpreter. You know, the Hungarian who saw Liz Stride get it. Doesn't speak a word of English. And when he went round to the station, another Jew went along to interpret. I found that bloke, and he repeated everything that had been said at the station. It won't be long before I find these fellows.
No, I read it right. It's kind of self-deprecation. Because it's saying it would take you an amount of time to produce something that large. Whereas, you know, someone who's like, I guess huffity puffity or whatever, would be like, oh, I could do that in one sitting. Blah! But then, of course, that goes with your interpretation of like, why is it that large? Is it because they just naturally make that much? Or, you know, they were like, oh, I was holding it off to make it. I don't know. We're talking about murder here. Quit looking at me, sir. Look at him. He's like, quit talking about it. It's like, sorry. Sorry, journalist man.
Why do you say these fellows? Were there several of them?
Do you not read the papers or what? Well, given the rubbish that you read sometimes. Let me explain. At 12:45 a.m., Schwartz goes down Burner Street towards Fairclough, on the side of the road where the Workers' Club is. A bit further from there, just near Dutfield Yard's wooden doors, a chap and a lady are arguing. The Star said that the bloke wanted to push the girl into Dutfield's yard, but the translator told me that Schwartz saw him pulling her towards the road. She doesn't want to follow. He grabs her by the shoulders and throws her to the ground. She falls. Bawls a bit, but not too loudly. Old Schwartz is scared, crosses to the other side, but continues in the same direction. The bloke with the girl notices him and yells, "Lipsky!" At the same time, another bloke at the corner of Fairclough and Burner who was lighting his pipe gets in on the action. He starts coming towards Schwartz in a menacing way, and Schwartz takes to his heels, doesn't see anything else. Once he finds out that a woman got herself killed, he went to testify and identified Long Liz Stride as the woman he saw getting thrown about. So there were definitely two blokes, mate. But why am I telling you all this?
In vino veritas.
That could still be seen as self-deprecating. It's like, oh, it takes you that long? But at the same time, it could be seen as the other way, as like, ooh, they waited. It's okay. Catch your Pokemon.
I'll take my leave then, Mr. Bulling.
That's right. Till next time.
I hope there's not a next time. What is this? Oh, court updates. Oh, Nottingham attack leaves 3 dead, UK police say. Ooh, Nottingham. Hold on. What did I have today? Hold on, is this related to something I worked on today? I'm gonna say no. Yeah, no, okay. It's in the news, so I'm allowed to talk about it. I'm just like, wait, is that the case I worked on? No. It's not. Alright. So tell me, Bulling. There is... What talk to Watson.
I'm missing some information.
Oh, fudge. Gotta talk to probably... Oh, yeah, let me talk to you.
No, I can't do that.
Okay, fine. I can talk to you. What
If
about
you're
you?
looking for some company, Gov, you've come to the wrong place. Me, I'm just here to pour. I don't care who you is, I knows nothing, and I don't care neither.
A draft, my good man.
Here, sir.
So,
Tell me, was it not a mere stone's throw away from here that the Whitechapel killer struck last week?
That'd be Jack the Ripper, that's his name. Slit the throat of a working girl in a small courtyard over there behind them big wooden doors.
Below the Workers' Club?
The very spot, below Lipsky and Co. I wouldn't be surprised if Jack was one of them, if you catch my drift.
Lipsky and Company. Do you mean to say that someone called Lipsky runs this club?
Nah, it's just that it's full of Jews. In Whitechapel, we call them all Lipskys, like that Lipsky who killed that girl in Batty Street last year.
Oh, really?
Last year, a Jew named Israel Lipsky killed a lass who was 6 months pregnant by making her drink acid. One trial and one protest by rabbis later, and he was hanging. By those who don't much like him, the Jews are called Lipskys.
Is the term Lipskys used to refer to the Jews in the area, and is this club frequented by Jews?
You got it. Socialist Jews even. They spend their evenings hollering, singing. I've seen them spitting on the bosses.
And you know the victim?
No more her than any other. The working girls don't drum up business too much in this street. They need a reason to end up here.
Very well. Goodbye.
Cheers.
First and foremost, I must find P.C. Smith. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, sir.
I am Dr. Watson. Would you happen to be P.C. Smith, the man who patrols this beat?
That's me. And you work with the famous Sherlock Holmes, don't you? What can I do for you?
I believe you were on duty the night when the murder took place here. You would certainly be able to confirm a few details, such as the time of death that the medical examiner gave.
It's just that I wasn't there when the body was discovered. I don't think I can help you.
Try, man.
But I was told that you had seen the victim that very night.
Indeed. But it was before the murder. I saw her, not far from here. She was talking to a man. It was around 12:30 or 12:35 a.m.
What did this man look like?
I only saw him from behind, really. He was wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap in a dark colour, and a white collar. He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand wrapped in newspaper, about 18 inches long and about 6 inches wide.
His outfit reminds me of someone that I know. Was he a large man, on the older side?
I don't think so, no. Even though I only saw him from behind, I would say that he was barely 30 years old, or even less. Say 28, or even less. 26 years old, and 5 foot 8 inches tall at the very most. He had a small dark brown moustache and an olive complexion, I would say, but once again, I only caught a brief glimpse of his face in three-quarter profile.
Nobody else saw this man?
I discussed this previously with Mr. Eagle, the president of the Workers' Club. That night he returned around 12:40 a.m. to the club. He used the passage through Dutfield's yard to get into the club because the main door was locked. He can attest that he didn't see anyone else in the passage at that time, but wasn't really paying attention to who else might have been in Burner Street itself. He was listening to the song coming from the club. In short, no one else saw him.
Well, thank you for having satisfied my curiosity, my friend.
A fine evening to you, Doctor.
Bye. Alright. What did you learn?
Well, Watson, let's go to Dutfield's yard.
Where is Dutfield's yard? Okay, so murder was here. Murder was over there. Dutfield's yard. know where that is in relation to here. Dutfield's Yard, you say? The left.
Dutfield's Yard.
Literally right next to us, Nina. Ah! There's the
Your
murder.
interrogation of P.C. Smith has proven to be very shrewd and of great interest. Thanks to the information I've managed to gather and that you were able to read in my notes in Baker Street, Watson, we can recreate what happened that fateful night at this location. Dutfield's Yards, to be precise, the site of Liz Stride's murder.
Midnight.
Midnight, the Socialist Club meeting ends. The members, mainly Jewish men, gradually begin to leave the club in little groups or alone. 12:20 a.m., the American leaves the Socialists Club for some fresh air. The street is deserted. 12:40 a.m., Eagle, the president of the club, enters the Workers' Club via the passageway through Dutfield's Yard. He passed through Dutfield's Yard. If Liz Stride had already been killed, he would have had to walk over her. The murder, therefore, had not yet happened.
Okay.
12:43 a.m., Israel Swartz passes by Dutfield's Yard and witnesses the attack on Liz Stride. 12:44 a.m., Schwartz crosses to the other side of the road. The attacker sees him and yells, "Lipsky." The attacker must have shouted to his accomplice at the end of the road, "Lipsky," indicating at Schwartz using his head in an attempt to scare off this undesirable.
And
12:45 a.m., Schwartz runs away, followed for a short distance by this man. 1 a.m., Mr. Diemschutz wants to enter with his cart, but the pony refuses. We know that the murder took place between 12:45 and 1 a.m. Mr. Diemschutz, therefore, must have disturbed the killer. 12:30 to 12:35 a.m., Smith notices Liz Stride talking to the man with the package. Let's place Liz Stride's murder on the timeline, Watson. 12:45 to 1 a.m., the murder of Liz Stride. It took place in this very spot, as the traces of blood were very confined. We will come back to this point in a few moments to elaborate on what could have happened. Well, we are still missing certain information in order to finish this investigation, Watson.
what are we missing? Oh, I don't have the other person yet. Hold on. Oh, is this?
Watson, imagine the victim laid down there on the ground. Her right hand, it is bloody, as is her wrist.
Okay, well, let me finish investigating.
Her left hand, it is closed around a bag of pastils.
Still don't know what a pastel is.
The throat, there is but one clean cut, slightly slanted downwards.
No strangulation this time. Straight murder.
Her knees and dress, they are clean. Her knees and dress, they are clean.
Ounce? So I can see. Let's double check that there's nothing else. Alright, we range the time. One's on the throat. Muddy area left of the head. Okay.
The ground is muddy.
Alright. Deduction. Okay. The knees and the bottom of the dress and at the front are clean, but the ground is dirty. Didn't struggle on the ground. Was killed laying down, wiped her clothes, was killed upright. Ooh. Right? Had her back to the killer. Had her murderer lying down at the moment of the mortal blow. Standing at the moment of the mortal blow. Maybe. Starting from the right and slightly up and descending. Started at the right. Oh, yeah. Right hand. Would be mortal. Had her neck wrung. I'm gonna say it proved to be mortal. Struck the blow from his height. Is taller, is shorter. Approximately the same height. Did we already figure out that he was right-handed? I would say he is a lumberjack. He's a strong man. Murderer strong. Strong man. Was bleeding from the nose. Had her hand cut. Put her hand on her throat. It was either that or she had her hand cut. Was thin. Oh, wasn't thick.
We have two possibilities. The first is that Liz Stride's killer and the attacker, seen by Schwartz, were one and the same man. The second is that Liz Stride meets a client. After some discussion, they head towards Dutfield's yard to do their business. As soon as they arrive, the attacker appears while his accomplice keeps watch. Schwartz's arrival dissuades the two men from lingering. They leave the area and leave Liz Stride in a tense state, but glad to have kept her client. He will be her murderer. Both hypotheses are possible, but an incongruous detail will serve to corroborate one of them. An incongruous detail that we were able to establish regarding the Hanbury Street murder. Which one would that be, Watson?
I don't
Look at
know.
the victim carefully, Watson, and tell me the link between the murder of Liz Stride and those of Nichols and Chapman.
Oh no, you read it. Oh, I read it. I read it. Like, I was like looking at my guide and then my Discord notification goes boom, 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 and I'm just like, uh-huh. I don't know. What is the connection?
No, that's not it.
Pedro?
No, that's not it.
Yeah, blood? Yeah, mud?
No, that's not it.
Yeah,
The bag of pastels, Holmes.
The bag of pastels. Indeed, Watson. If this woman had to defend herself against an attacker, why would she have held onto this bag in her hand? It didn't fall because this woman's hand tensed at the moment when she fell to the ground. Therefore, Watson, we know the killer distracted his victim's attention by making them take something out of their pockets. Why didn't he slit her throat like the others? He must have feared a struggle with this strong-willed woman. Why didn't he eviscerate her? Because Louis Diemschutz arrived.
Do you think the Whitechapel killer is behind this murder, Holmes?
Yes, and now this murder has been linked to its rightful perpetrator, it will take on deeper meaning when we have examined the facts from that night. Let's go to Mitre Square, where Catherine Eddowes was killed. And make haste, Watson, as we have another murder to commit in 40 minutes.
Another
Here we
murder.
are, Watson, Mitre Square. It took us a mere 20 minutes to get here. If the killer left Dutfield's yard around 1 o'clock, as we assume, he would have arrived here at around 1:20 a.m. We know that Catherine Eddowes' body was discovered at 1:44 a.m. Catherine was released from prison around 1 o'clock, but we have no information as to what she could have been doing until her death. This place has 3 possible ways out. Let's see where they lead. As a
Okay.
precaution, I brought an old map of the area with me. It will help us get our bearings.
Let's hurry, Holmes. This neighborhood makes me ill at ease.
Synagogue, Imperial Club, St. James Passage. St. James. Sorry. I did his trail. Something? Ooh, but it is hella dark over here.
This is Mitre Street, from where Watkins, the constable who found the body, came. Nothing of interest here.
Okay. Let's just look around and say stuff.
Church Passage. It must be opposite the Imperial Club at 16 to 17 Duke Street. Let's go to the end of this lane, Watson.
Oh, hey!
Hello, you must be Abraham Solomonovich, am I right?
Yes, that's me. But I know you. You brought a lad to my place to take care of a cat. and I loaned you my mask.
That's me. May I present?
Dr. Watson, of course. Delighted. And you? I have known for a few days that you are a detective by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Is that so?
You don't miss a thing, do you? It was the children who gave me away. Am I right?
They didn't want to, but I gained their confidence by offering them a small comb and half a cake.
They made a good deal out of it, so I don't blame them. However, I must request, as a personal favor, that you do not reveal my identity.
You have my word. Curiosity is just killing me, as you may have guessed. Would it be breaking an oath to confide in me the nature of the investigation that you are leading?
Does this spot where we are now in Mitre Square mean anything to you?
A demon lives in this city, Mr. Holmes. These unmentionable acts degrade the human race and put the Jewish community in terrible danger.
Lots of rumors are circulating, but they are but rumors. I see you're leaving the Imperial Club. It's a stone's throw away from Mitre Square, and the 2 recent murders were most probably discussed in there. Do you know if anyone from the club saw or heard anything that night?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. That night, 3 members of our club saw a woman talking to a man at the very spot where we are standing, a few minutes before the body was found, at the end of this passage. Fantastic, Holmes.
Calm yourself, Watson. There is nothing at the moment to suggest it was the victim. Can we meet these members?
I am afraid that won't be possible. As soon as the police heard the evidence of these men, they were sworn to silence.
I understand.
But you are working for the good, and I must tell you what I know. One of the 3 men, my friend Joseph, left that night with 2 other members of the Imperial Club, Harry and another Joseph. It was around 1:35 a.m., perhaps a bit earlier, when Joseph, not my friend, but the other, the Aldgate butcher, exited. He saw a man and a woman in discussion at this very spot where we are.
These men must have been about 16 feet away from the couple.
That's about right. So Joseph, the butcher, said to the other 2, while pointing at the couple, "Look, I don't like going home alone when I see this kind of people here." My friend Joseph looked at them without noticing anything strange and didn't understand what he meant. They had the look of 2 rather unkempt people, but no more than that.
He keeps mentioning that the one friend is a butcher.
After the murder, did these 3 men tell the police what they had seen?
Not quite. Harry stated that he hadn't seen the couple. As for Joseph, the butcher, even though he was the one who commented on them and pointed them out, said that he couldn't remember anything except that the man was about 3 inches taller than the woman, who was 5 feet tall, no more. My friend Joseph, on the other hand, did his best to cooperate with the police.
Man, how do people just, see that height difference so clearly? Like, I was probably, 3 inches taller than her. Damn. Might as well just carry a tape measure around with me.
And what did your friend Joseph say? What did this man and woman look like?
The man must have been 30 years old, about 5'7", light complexion, and a fair moustache. He wore a loose, dark jacket, a grey cap, and a red scarf around his neck. But he said that he only saw him for a brief instant, and it would be impossible to recognize him.
And the woman?
He only saw her from behind. She had her hand on the man's stomach and seemed to be pushing him. He said that he remembered that she was small, was wearing a black jacket and a black bonnet. After his testimony, the police took him to see the clothing of the deceased, and Joseph said that they looked identical to those of the woman he had seen. Like I already said, he only glanced at the two, as he was headed with the others in the direction of Aldgate.
One final question. The Imperial Club is a Jewish club, isn't that correct?
Indeed.
Thank you for your help, Mr. Solomonovich.
Bah, it was nothing. We must at all cost prevent this demon from striking again, and the police seem to have some difficulty in doing that. I wish you the best of luck, Mr. Holmes.
NinaMeep. Not measurement. Measuremeep. That's actually... Is that a badumps? NinaMeep. Is that a badumps? It's kind of a badumps. Don't judge me, Watson, okay? I'm trying. Squinting at me. So judgmental. Right.
I have no reason to go that way.
Well, I'm checking out stuff. It's a synagogue. Oh.
This building is the Great Synagogue of London. Closed.
Closed. Thankfully, we haven't encountered any blood.
The Imperial Club. I have no reason to go that way.
Okay. Figure I could say, like, what's up, guys? It's me.
Nothing of interest here.
Yeah. Maybe we gotta find that third entrance. Alright, we talked to him. Alright. Go back. Okay. This passageway?
Nothing of interest here.
Okay. Where is this third? Oh, there it is.
This dark and narrow passage leads to St. James's Place. Well, let's find the spot where Edow's body was discovered.
It's spoopy. Was the body discovered? That is a good question. What the hell was that? Dude, did you hear that? Well, they said it was near the Imperial Place, so... Was it in the alley? They said it was by a fence, so is it that? Okay, where am I going? Ah. It's in the square. Because they had the conversation and then death was found over here. There you
Watson,
are.
we are now in the exact spot where poor Eddowes tragically ended her days.
This spot is very dark, Holmes.
That is probably why our murderer chose it. Let's see, we'll need a lantern.
Is that one?
Take the lantern, Watson.
Here you go. Thank you. Alright, come over here. Oh my goodness.
Part of this apron is missing. We will follow up on that shortly.
Dude, just straight.
The main incision goes from the sternum all the way down to the groin. The murderer opened this abdomen as if it were an animal carcass. A kidney was removed. The uterus was removed.
Did he take her nose?
Do these objects spread out by the victim remind us of anything, Watson? A thimble is located right beside one of the victim's hands, just like Chapman's sachet of pills and Stride's pastils. These intestines were pulled out altogether to grant access to the abdomen.
Why would you put it way up there? Why not just to the side?
The head is turned towards the left. The murderer must have been on the right side of his victim. Let's look at her from the front.
Ah! Alright. Yep.
The eyelids were cut off.
Why?
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner. The nose was cut.
Yeah.
The cheeks were slashed to make them thinner.
Trying to get the lip.
There is but one wound, Watson. It goes from the left side and descends in a slight oblique towards the right side.
Okay. You want anything with the intestines? Well, it looks like she died relatively quick, so that's good. Yep, that it? See any other, oh, wait.
The inside of the thighs is clean. Once again, there were no sexual relations between the victim and her murderer.
My goodness, Holmes, it was a slaughter.
Understand, Watson, that our killer had neither the time nor the conditions to bother with the niceties. He had no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most to kill the woman, open her up, and all the while in total darkness.
Holmes, it's a woman, a poor victim you're talking about.
Consider all the time this man lost and the risks that he actually took by cutting the victim's face and the lower abdomen in around 20 precise spots, especially the lungs and the liver. These attacks, which I considered gratuitous, are in fact nothing of the sort and have as much sense as the removal of the organs. Watson, we must now consult our timeline. We began in Dutfield's yard, but this time we will try to recreate the actions of certain people, in this case, those of the 2 policemen.
Okay. So, 1:30.
1:30 a.m. P.C. Watkins didn't see the corpse while on his rounds.
Somehow.
If P.C. Watkins did his rounds properly, and there is no reason to doubt this was the case, as he discovered the corpse a quarter of an hour later, the murder hadn't yet taken place, and there was no one in Mitre Square, unless they were hidden among the shadows. Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor Edow's corpse was.
Oh my god, am I just gonna lay there? Oh, yeah, you were.
Enter Mitre Square via Mitre Street, Watson, and stop and try to see me with the lantern. I will be where poor...
Sorry. Do I not? Not on Mitre Street? I'm assuming this is Mitre Street. I feel like I see you. I feel like I see you.
I see you, Holmes.
Perfect, Watson. Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Okay. So, hadn't happened yet at 1:30. 1:30.
Very good, Watson. Thus we can categorically state that the murder had not yet occurred at 1:30.
Okay. 5.
1:35 a.m. A man and a woman are arguing at the entrance of Church Passage. The man came from Aldgate.
1:42.
1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives in Mitre Square. It should be noted, Watson, that the constable didn't enter Mitre Square. He could not have seen the corpse lying on the ground. But would he have been able to see a man sitting or standing? Go to the Church Passage entrance, then come back and try to see me while holding your lantern. I will stay at the spot where the victim was discovered.
Assuming this is the
I have no reason to go that way.
church way. If not, I might have to go the St. James way. See you.
I see you, Holmes.
You had to proceed into the square in order to see me, something Harvey didn't do. It is possible that the killer was still there. 1:42 a.m. P.C. Harvey arrives at Mitre Square, but does not go in. The murderer may well have still been there.
Dun dun dun.
1:44 a.m. The body is discovered. Let's put the murder of poor Eddowes on the timeline, Watson.
All right, so
1:35 and 1:42 a.m. The murder would appear to have taken place between these times, that is to say, within 7 minutes.
Agreed, Holmes. But does this really prove that our killer had the time to perpetrate these two murders?
Let's look at our timeline, Watson.
Took 20 minutes.
There, Watson. We are now certain that the murderer really had the time to commit these two murders.
Incredible!
Let's look at our deduction board, Watson.
He had the time. Dun 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 dun. Alright, to my board. Inventory. My board. Alright. The wound to the neck goes from the right, slightly oblique and descending. The murderer's behind, was fierce in hands, wanted to decapitate. Behind. If he's right-handed. Ears? It's a bit shorter, superficial, same. Right-handed. Died the same way. Murderer short. Strangled. He did not strangle. Accomplice. Maybe one and the same. Okay. The central incision goes from the sternum downwards towards the groin. Surgical manner. Like an animal. Piece of her apron was cut. The item are very orderly. Is unfeeling and organized. Okay. I have no emotions, but damn it, am I not going to arrange this in a clean manner? Does that mean, like, he went through their pockets and was like, I must arrange this? Alright, the items are meant for a woman. Belong to the victim. The murderer is a woman. These objects were they belong to the victim. Ooh! 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 It's been a minute since I've seen that word. Don't want to say fetishes. That implies that it's like there's a sexual attraction to non-sexual things. Which, as far as we know, he didn't do anything to the body. So, murder? Okay, I've searched. A thimble is found right beside the victim's hand. She held a thimble in her hand. Liver and lungs underwent small incisions. Her kidney and uterus were removed. Her nose was cut. Her cheeks were slashed to become thinner, and her eyelids were cut. Hates kidneys. Knew anatomy. Did not know anatomy.
This spot is making me nauseous. Can we not head back, Holmes?
We certainly can't, Watson. We have one final point to address. Do you remember the piece of white apron that was missing just now? It was found just a few steps away from here, at the entrance of a building. That's where we must go.
Okay, where am I going? Where am I going? What's new? Warfold, London Hospital, Ambury. Oh, that's new.
Let's go.
That's new. Ooh, how close are we? How close are we to the end?
There's the spot, Watson. By night, Goulston Street is deathly silent, which will permit us to carry out a fair few experiments. Let's find the entrance where the piece of the victim's apron and the mysterious chalk message were found.
Let's also do a quick save.
Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the Jewish High Street. Look at these signs, Watson. We are in the... There's the spot where the apron and the message were found by P.C. Long. Now, let's recreate the scene. Remember, Watson, it was raining that night. Find me something with which to mimic raindrops hitting this wall while I write something with my chalk.
The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. But what does it mean?
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Find a container and some water. Let me remind you that it's night time and the street is deserted, Holmes.
Can I?
I have no reason to go that way. I have no reason to go that way.
Oh.
Water.
I need a bucket. Bucket. Me laughing at myself, thinking I'm saying F it, but it's like, no, I'm saying bucket. But if you say it with too much, I guess, anger, it sounds like F it. Where's this bucket? What?
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Okay. Okay, where is there a bucket? See a barrel of water. Go back to the center of the street. Walk. Oh, I thought. Am I gonna get run over by a horse? I hear it getting closer, but I don't see it. Ooh, fancy pole.
An old wooden pole. A merchant probably threw it out.
Okay. Last cover, take the pole. Left. There's a pole with a hook. Oh, yeah.
That may come in handy. Who knows?
Okay. Back of the stalls. Where? Take the pole with the hook at the third covered stall from left by itself. Go to the sidewalk back of this stall and look up. Oh, look up. Oh my god.
A watering can. A watering can. That's
Hold
what
on.
I need.
Hold on. I wouldn't have thought to look up. Big old stick.
A watering can. That's what I need.
Is this something else? Combine the wooden pole and the pole with the hook. Tie them with the rope to get large pole. Go to right of the table made of boards under the watering can.
Oh.
Excuse me. Just stole somebody's watering can. I will return it, don't worry. I'm only a thief temporarily.
Water.
Okay. Here you go.
Have you found something for us to pour water from, Watson?
Right here.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Okay.
If this message were written by the killer, then it would have been lying in this entrance for up to 35 minutes before being discovered. Let's find out in what state it must have been. This message could not have withstood an entire night in the rain. During the investigations carried out on the night of the double murder, P.C. Hulse inspected the entrances of this street around 2:20 a.m. and confirmed to have seen nothing out of the ordinary. At 2:55 a.m., 35 minutes later, P.C. Long found Catherine Eddowes' piece of apron and the message in chalk. This message would not have withstood a whole night in the rain, as had I continued to water it for a little longer, I would certainly have erased it. It was written, therefore, at the moment when the piece of apron was dumped. This substantiates P.C. Hulse's statement, which stated he had seen neither of these during his rounds. After its discovery, it was guarded and protected from the rain, which was subsiding, which explains why it was still legible when it was erased at 5:30. My dear Watson, when you met P.C. Smith on his rounds in the street, where was he? On the pavement or in the middle of the road?
In the middle of the road, Holmes, without a shadow of a doubt.
Good. You will go down the street with your lantern as if you were a policeman on patrol, using Smith's position as a guide. As soon as you see the entrance where I used the watering can, tell me if you see anything.
I have no reason to go that way.
Making sure I'm doing it right. Oh, he's like uber hidden. Wait, it's not this house. Hold on. Nah, bro.
There, Holmes. From here, I can see something written.
Can you read it?
No.
Do you see the white rag, Watson?
I see something on the ground, but I'm not sure if it's what you were talking about.
P.C. Long, who found the piece of apron, was examining the interior of the entrances, and yet nobody would have predicted that this piece of material would be discovered on the very night of the murder by a policeman on patrol.
What are you trying to get at, Holmes?
Let's look at this message on the wall, Watson. The Jews are not the men that will be blamed for nothing. In other words, the Jews were possibly blamed for nothing, but that will no longer be the case. Reading this message naturally begs one question. What would that be, Watson?
Why?
Indeed, Watson, why? For what reason would one have the right to blame the Jews in the future? Remember, Lestrade was killed near a club for socialist Jews, Edaus not far from a synagogue and the Imperial Club, and finally, this piece of apron dropped here. This building is occupied by Jewish families. The killer really did go out of his way to incriminate the Jews living in the area.
It's a bit obvious, Holmes.
Yes, but with the rumors, Watson, the author of this message would have received a response to his strategy.
You are right, Holmes. So perhaps it's a good thing this message was erased.
Whoever took the decision to do this is a man of great wisdom and courage. Let's return to Baker Street, Watson. I have some pipes to smoke to help me think more clearly.
Let's go back to Baker Street. Home, sweet home.
Drugs. Ooh,
I had nightmares all night, Holmes. As for you, I bet you didn't get a wink of sleep, did you? It's this chalk message business, isn't it?
Among other things.
And this lunatic is still running free. If only we knew what he looked like.
But we do know, Watson. We have a fairly accurate description.
I must have missed an episode of your adventures, Holmes. Not only have I heard you discredit the value of our eyewitnesses, but the few descriptions we do have don't seem to correspond.
An inaccurate account can regain its value if we can discover why and to what extent the truth must be rewritten. We've learned a great many things tonight, and I'm able to tell you what our man looks like.
Really?
Yes, and we're going to need a few things, Watson. Find me 3 mannequins, my worker's costume, my 3 full wigs, one of your worn garments, yes, that can be used for the workman's outfit, and one of your old suits. Oh, and my deer stalker, the one I never wear, but everyone seems to think I wear day and night. We shall place our mannequins here, Watson.
Just casually have an extra mannequin. Your third one.
A wig. This will come in handy.
I think that's everything in his room.
So, as for one of the murders, we have no witnesses whatsoever. As for the 3 other, we have at least one person who claims to have seen the victims talking to a man a few minutes before their death. Do you remember whom these would be, Watson?
Honestly, no. Oh god. Was it Abraham? Okay. Abraham. Rootfield Yard. Was it Meadowglass? October 7. Constable Smith. And then... Yeah, I don't remember. Oh, that's right. Testimony of E. Long. Okay.
Bravo, Watson. There are our 3 witnesses.
Didn't like all the heights say like 5'5" or 5'4"? It's the costumes, wigs, and caps mannequins. Click on the testimonies at the bottom to review the written dialogues. Change each of the mannequins' data, age, and height based on the witness accounts. Dress each of them based on the witness accounts. All right, let's try this. Active. Okay. Talks about the demon rumors. Body was found. Woman in discussion. Hadn't seen the couple. The woman who was 5 feet. Nothing more. Must have been 30, 5'7". 30.
There is an error, Watson. Let's reread Abraham's testimony.
What? He said 35'7". Or is that centimeters and not inches? Or centimeters and not feet and inches? The man must have been 30 years old, about 5'7". Watson's gray. Abraham's recount. 30 years old, 5'3".
Indeed, Watson, that's the right size for Abraham's mannequin. The account given by Mr. Solomonovich's friend is incorrect in at least one point. The first Joseph said that the man was at least 5'7" tall. The second Joseph said he was 3 inches taller than the victim, whom we know was 5 feet tall, which would suggest a height of 5'3". Don't forget that it was this second Joseph who attracted his friend's attention towards the couple on the other side of the road. We can assume he got a very good look at them.
Okay. Okay. Light complexion, fair mustache, wore a loose dark jacket, a gray cap, and a red scarf around his neck. Okay. Loose dark jacket. Or a gray cap. This be a dark jacket? The thin mustache.
There we are. Magnificent.
Okay. Murder. He's wearing a short black outfit, a small felt hat like a cap, a white collar. Oh, he was still wearing a hat. Hold on. What about the hair? He seemed to be a respectable type. He was carrying a packet in his hand. In a dark color. Barely 30 old. Say 28 or even less. And 5'8" tall at the very most. Small, dark brown mustache. Okay, so... dark brown? No? Oh, I have to adjust the height. Said like, what, 30? So like 26. Apparently it's 40. I selected something wrong. Oh, wrong clothes. Holmes worker clothes. Brown wig, brown cap. Oh, it's a testimony of E. Long. Aha! I'm looking at the wrong one. Alright, Watson's old grade suit. Okay. Okay, the gray suit, yeah. Brown wig, brown cap, 2658. That's alright. Maybe that's wrong. Is it the hairs? I mean, they look the same, but, you know, maybe I have to select specifically from the middle pile. Yeah, because testimony of Elong is Holmes's worker clothes. Brown wig, brown cap. I only have one brown cap, though. Or am I missing the brown cap? Am I missing the brown cap? Or is the deer stalker the brown cap? Here. 5'3".
As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two. Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
Okay, so this is right. What is... But I can't take off this. And I can't take off this. I'm missing a hat. I'm missing a hat. What? Okay. 3 full wigs and a deer stalker. Open the wardrobe, take out the costume, take out the old suit from the mannequin, take the mannequin, exit. Oh, the cap by Holmes hanging on the wall. Jesus. I'm over here like, what am I doing wrong?
As for young P.C. Smith's account, he must have been mistaken about this person's real height. It is only an inch or two after all, and we can attribute the same height as the other two.
Okay, so... Let's see. This is... Constable Smith, 4053. That's what you're telling me. No, Nina. Oh, God, doing it wrong. Ah! Constable Smith, it's 2658. According to this guide.
Bravo, Watson. Our mannequins have been recreated based on the correct accounts. Now, Watson, let's see in what ways these statements differ and how the witnesses could have been mistaken. Let's look at these wigs and moustaches. Let's start by taking the first Joseph's testimony, who saw the man head-on in a well-lit spot and in which he noted fair hair. Now, let's consider the same person, but in the lighting and angle of the other two witnesses, in the darkness of night, with poor artificial lighting from above. Put out the light, Watson.
Sorry, I just swallowed a small chip fragment and felt it stab my throat.
Thus, poor lighting and a backlit subject can affect our perception of shades and colours. The wigs from Abraham's mannequin took on the same colour as the other two. The 3 testimonies, therefore, don't contradict one another, and we can apply the same facial hair to all 3 mannequins. Turn on the light, Watson.
Yeah? Yeah?
Okay, Watson, let's give all of our mannequins the same hair.
So we're looking for a blonde-haired man.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Well done, Watson. With regards to the murderer's hair, the 3 witnesses should agree on Abraham's testimony. As Joseph is the only one who saw our man in full light, his hair must therefore be fair. You see, Watson, it is hard to draw objective conclusions when one is an eyewitness to an event. This leads us to reconsider the various statements regarding the supposed age of the man. Even if you are face to face with someone in full light and for a period of several hours, to what extent can you determine their exact age? And even more so if you observe them for only a few seconds and or from behind. We must allow some flexibility when considering our witnesses' statements, but always scientific flexibility. Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
Tolerance of years, 3 to 5. Tolerance of years, 7 to 10, 7 to 10. Determine the age range thanks to the tolerance of years indicated by Sherlock Holmes. What you're saying, like, this should be 26, and then this should be 31? Is that right? Is that right? 25, 35. Oh, 26, 30. Oh.
Perfect, Watson.
Oh, wait. Oh! 5 years up, 5 years up, 5 years down. And then this is 4 years down, 4 years up. Oh, okay. Okay. So this is 7 to 10. So you're 17. Then you should be 35? 34. 33. Oh my goodness, wrong way. God, Pokemons are just coming out today.
Excellent. Now, on to the next step.
So, 31. Oop. 33, and then down. Right? 49? Yep.
Perfect, Watson.
Yes, I have, Holmes.
Now that we have fully considered the witness accounts, let's see to what extent they agree. If we apply the range of error for each of our dummies, we can deduce the age of our murderer as precisely as possible.
So why is it that this first one's 3-5, but the other two are 7-10s? I'm seeing a lot of 33s. Like, that seems to be the number that's matching, so... 33?
Perfect, Watson. Within a margin of 1 year, Watson, the age of our murderer is 33 years.
But the man described by Smith was dressed respectably, whereas the other two were poorly dressed.
Indeed, but Whitechapel's respectively could quite easily describe the Sunday bests that all lower-class men own. Now,
Salmon
let's
broad
place ourselves
daylight.
in the shoes of Liz Stride's killer. He has just slain his victim and sees Louis Diemschutz discover her body. Our killer is at great risk if he stays in the area. He therefore gets away from this spot. But he wants to kill again. However, he might have been spotted in the area before having committed the murder by a constable on his round, perhaps, who managed to get his description. What do you think the killer will do?
What will Jack the Ripper do after committing the first murder and before committing the second? Find an accomplice, flee by disguise, wait, throw his clothing, return home. Yeah, I'd say return home to a safe location, or commit, wait a moment, change.
Go back home or to a safe location, change his clothes and leave again in search of another victim.
It's the only possible explanation, Watson. The man returned to the safety of his lodgings and then decided to go out again with new clothes and repeat his sinister nocturnal work. That's how the discrepancies between the witnesses with regards to clothing can be explained.
What a cold-blooded animal.
And what determination! Powerful motives are pushing this man. Thus, we can conclude that the respectable man with the package may very well have been seen by the two Josephs.
I feel like we're
Even
close
if it is just a mannequin,
to the
it's
end.
giving me goosebumps. But have we really made any progress, Holmes? I mean, there must be thousands of men in Whitechapel who match this description, wouldn't you say?
You're right, Watson. We have worked on who, now let's work on where. We need a map of Whitechapel, and please also find me a pencil, 2 compasses, one of which can draw ellipses.
Rumi's home. I feel like we're close to the end. So we're gonna go over our usual 6 hours, which means I'm gonna have to edit this, unless I can do it fast enough. So if you see me just being like, F it, guide, that's why. Okay, compass. Where is this map? Holmes, where is your map? I don't think I can finish this in less than 30 minutes, but damn it, I want to try. Where is it? Above the sofa.
I am in need of something.
First of all, let's place our 4 murders on this map, as well as the spot where the graffito appeared, and the piece of apron was dropped.
Alright. Hanbury was her, right? Dutefield. Alright, Goulston was the graffiti. Mitra, Catherine. Ooh, no, I got this messed up, don't I? Bucks Yard. First one. I feel like I got it wrong. Alright, Annie was Hanbury. Yep. Totally got that wrong. Elizabeth was that. Elizabeth was Dutefield. Annie was Hanbury. Catherine Square. So yeah, Polly was.
Perfect, Watson. Let's connect each crime scene to the one out of the others that is the furthest.
Cancel it? This. Oh, this fool.
You see, Watson, the murders aren't grouped together, but seem to be spread out like cardinal points around a central zone. The killer obviously wanted to avoid returning to the previous scenes of his crimes, assuming that they would be more closely watched, or that he could be recognized.
So, the killer lives at the center of this cross?
In the vicinity, most certainly, but how near? We cannot afford to get it wrong. If you concentrate, Watson, you will notice that the murders are roughly equidistant from the intersection point of the diagonals. Let's focus on the night of the double murder. Remember, Watson, it took us 20 minutes to get from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square. Let's draw a line from one to the other.
Do it faster, Nina! I'm trying! Yeah!
Perfect. We didn't make the trip as the crow flies, but that would not harm our estimate. Let's suppose the killer left Dutfield's Yard at 1 a.m. and arrived in Mitre Square at 1:35 a.m. when he was seen by the two Josephs. If he took 5 minutes to change his clothes, that leaves a range of 10 minutes to determine where this man's lodgings are. We must determine the area in which one can go from Dutfield's Yard to Mitre Square in less than half an hour. To do this, let's draw an ellipsis. The length between Dutfield's Yard and Mitre Square corresponds to 20 minutes. By adding half, we get a distance of 30 minutes. By taking the 2 right segments, each starting from the 2 murder scenes, and which the sum of the lengths makes 30 minutes, we get our ellipses.
Huh? Imagine this thing, yeah? I have no idea if I'm doing it right. This seems wrong. What am I doing? Click on the wood compass, yeah. At the center of the green line. connecting Mitchell Square. Oh, the center. Okay, so. Oh. Oh, I was off, apparently. Here? Nope. God. Where's the center of this? Is it here? Okay, that looks right. Yeah? Hold on. Using the compass, draw an ellipsis that covers Meecher Square and Dutfield's Yard. Click the wood compass at the center of the green line connecting the square and Dutfield's Yard. Extend the line out to have these two places at the ends. At the ends. This makes a yellow ellipsis. Use the metal compass on Gould Street and extend the red circle. The red circle? Am I supposed to maybe go past him? Maybe I have to go past it. You know? Here. I don't think I know what an ellipsis is. What is an ellipsis? The omission from speech? No, I need the compass. Images? Yeah, it's a circle. I don't... What am I doing wrong? Do they mean here? No. No. Don't be silly. Maybe they mean right smack here. No, get everybody. Oh, I wish I knew what this image looked like. Sherlock Holmes. Oh my god, I'm gonna be editing this part out. I totally know what I'm doing. Sherlock Holmes versus Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper. What'd you call this? Compass puzzle? Yeah, maybe I can... We can go from Dutfield's Yard in less than half an hour. I thought that's what I did. This is like the center. Put it back. Yeah, I guess I'd call it this, like, compass puzzle? I don't know. Okay. So I have to go past it. Man, this thing is sensitive. I got wiggle room? What's wrong with mine? Nope. Guess I'm just like a smidge off. I go over here. Ayo. Because I'm looking at the picture and it's like showing that it's pretty close, but I'm like, maybe I just have to go wide. I go here, right?
There we are, Watson. Our killer lives in this area.
It's still rather a vast area, Holmes.
Yes, indeed. And our goal is to reduce this area as much as we can. We must consider the fact that the murder at Mitre Square was committed under a certain amount of pressure, given that the killer knew he was wanted for the acts he committed not long before. We can assume that he had to do it in a safe zone, that is, an area not far from where he lives. This is especially true of an act such as the graffiti he carried out after 2 murders. Let's trace a circle around this point, with the distance separating it from Mitre Square as the radius. This will enable us to determine our killer's safe zone.
So is it compass time now?
Our killer must surely live inside this circle. Now, let's intersect it with the ellipsis that we previously determined.
Huh? Huh? What does that mean, intercept it? What does that mean? Do I make another one? What? What does that mean? I like that I'm looking at other people's screenshots and theirs are like, the lines were perfectly on the portraits and that counts. How do I intercept this? Oh, I just click it.
There we are, Watson. The Aldgate district.
Shouldn't we inform the police so that they can concentrate their efforts on this area of Whitechapel?
It is probably already crawling with inspectors, Watson, and I doubt that they would take us seriously, even if they were willing to listen to what we had to say. Let's focus instead on understanding the killer's modus operandi. We know our murderer preys on prostitutes who are penniless, weak, sick, or alcoholic. That he distracts them the moment before killing them.
There's no way we're finishing this in 20 minutes.
Message inciting anti-Semitic hatred at the entrance of a building occupied by Jews. How would you describe this man?
What a coward.
Indeed, he is a person of great cowardice. Let's look at his murders and in particular the depredations on the corpses, putting aside that of Liz Stride because on that occasion his work was left unfinished. If we recall the observations made on the victims and the parts that were mutilated or damaged on each of the bodies, without forgetting the fact that he also removed one or more organs, we can ascertain that our killer evolves during the course of the murders, cowardly and still evolving. And yet, look at the location of our first murder, that of Polly Nichols in Bucks Row. It is the most distant from the area our killer would appear to live. Perhaps this murder was preceded by another within the killer's area. I believe a cowardly killer would commit his first murder in an area close to his home in order to find refuge as quickly as possible on carrying out the act.
Holmes, an idea just occurred to me that fills me with dread. This evolution of which you speak.
He will pursue his next victim as long as the conditions permit him to continue killing Watson.
But how could one go even further in this horror? Look at what he did to that woman, Catherine Eddowes.
In order to avoid having to answer that question, we must act with haste and planning. Watson, I suggest you inform yourself on the mutilations sustained by the victims. We played with the idea that this could be an act of vengeance against prostitutes. If the mutilations correspond to areas affected by a specific pathology, perhaps the killer wanted to give an eye for an affliction he felt the prostitutes he knew were responsible for.
And this trail leading to Dr. Tumblety Holmes?
I also have a few things to look into in the meantime. I still have a primary witness to track down, not to mention old trails I've yet to pursue. See you soon, Watson.
Yeah, there's no way we're
When
finishing
we first
this
spoke about the
in
Bucks
18
Row
minutes.
murder with Watson, he was reading a newspaper, The Star, dated September 1st, 1888, I believe, which mentioned similar murders in the preceding months. I have no chance of finding the police reports, but perhaps I could find some information at the Central News Agency. I must go there at once. Afterwards, I'll go back to see Abraham, the owner of the pet shop in Whitechapel. The second Joseph's statement would lead me to believe that he may know the man spotted on the corner of Church Passage that night. If that's the case, I must find this witness so I can question him.
Like, we're so close. We're so close to the end. I'm just like, I can... But I'm also like, do I stop here? Because I'm like, it could be another hour. So I'm like, I have the agency. And then after the agency, there's Whitechapel. And then after Whitechapel, there's Baker Street, Whitechapel, Imperial Club. Then there's the cellar. Then there's Arranging Ledgers. Then there's the club. Then there's Middlesex. That's the name of the street. Then Baker Street. With all the deductions. Hi, Blondie. And then the final deduction. And then there's more stuff. Do I stop here? Do I just be a giant tease? Because I'm like, there's no way we can do this in 17 minutes. And I'm like, oh, if it ends up being over an hour, how am I going to get rid of an hour of footage, you know? I mean, this is a pretty good stopping point. Also, it's just a big tease. I'm gonna do it. We will continue this tomorrow because I'm like, even though there's not much left, I feel like it could take an hour, and my computer has been on since actually 2 days ago, because 11 p.m. Sunday, because, you know, woke up, got ready for work, and then did my stuff, and then I went to streaming, and then I went to editing, and then I let it render, and then I woke up and it was still on rendering. I am a tease, Adobo, thank you. But thanks everyone for stopping by and making sure that my alerts finally work again. And I will see you tomorrow, and we'll find out who Jack the Ripper is. Zeus Mousy, bye-bye!